Good morning and welcome back. The time is now 8:30, and I would like to call the September 19th and 2024 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council back to order. Mr. Secretary, please call the roll.
Kent Howell,
Here.
Cindy Condon,
Here.
Marcy Grail,
Here.
Ann Byer,
Here.
Richard Devlin,
Here.
Katie Imes. I'll make note, when Councilmember Imes on there.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Secretary. Are there any agenda modifications?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any agenda modifications, but I did receive an email yesterday from Councilmember Imes, and she was interested in potentially flipping agenda items D and E. But, oh, there she is. So, Councilmember Imes, we were just talking about the agenda modification, and I was just starting to refer to what your interest is, so I will turn it over to you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I was curious if Chair Howe would consider flipping the first two items. Since we are considering a final order today for NextEra, and we also have a compliance report for the same developer.
What's the rest of the council?
This is Councillor Condon, and I think that is a good idea.
I
Thank
don't
you.
have an issue.
This is Councilmember Frail, and I don't have an issue either.
Okay, well, I guess with that, we'll start then with the Wheat Bridge Renewable Energy, E, before we do D on Wagon Trail. Okay,
So we're gonna check to make sure that the certificate holder is on.
Here.
He's on.
okay, so I've got my preliminary stuff to go through.
Yep, you can still do that.
Yep, I'll start on that. So I've got the following announcements. Please mute your phones, and if you are joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed on to the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item F, public comment period, there are 3 ways to let us know you are interested in providing comments to the council. For those in person, please fill out a registration card available on the table and submit to Nancy Hatch. For those using the WebEx, you will need to use the raise your hand feature, and for those on the phone only, you'll need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. We'll go over these options again during that agenda item. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for email updates. You're also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents by visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable. Pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 34501100080, any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. So we're going to move now to agenda item E, which is the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility East Construction Compliance Update. It's an information item. We have Ashwood's compliance officer, and Ryan Hill of NextEra Energy Resources, Senior Project Manager, to present. Ms. Woods, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Ackland, Compliance Officer with the Department of Energy. To begin, I'll give a project overview of the Wheat Ridge facility to refresh everyone's memory. Wheat Ridge East is a wind project that's currently under construction near the town of Lexington in Morrow and Umatilla counties. It will be an approximately 300 megawatt wind facility. Wheat Ridge East Wind LLC is the certificate holder, but NextEra is the parent company, and Blattner is their primary construction contractor. Amendment 1 was issued on June 4th, 2024, and construction officially began on a portion of the project on June 24th of 2024. Before we get into the main item here that we'll be talking about, I wanted to provide some compliance updates for a few of the other issues of non-compliance that were previously reported during the last council meeting on August 23rd. The first issue that we reported was, and these are all for Wheat Ridge East, Blattner, the construction contractor, had constructed a temporary bypass road outside of the approved microstating corridor, and that was done out of process, and NextEra was not consulted before that was done. The current status of that non-compliance issue is closed. No further action is required. ODA, ODFW, and CTUIR were all consulted in terms of potential impacts to sensitive resources, and they all determined that either no impacts occurred or impacts could be mitigated at a level that wasn't significant to the resource. And there is a corrective action plan in place that NextEra and Blattner are implementing to make sure that appropriate channels are pursued to deviate from any construction plans. And so far, that corrective action plan has been being implemented well, and NextEra is pushing Blattner for better communication, and they've been very receptive to making those changes. The second issue of non-compliance is regarding unanticipated wetland impacts. This occurred during the installation of a culvert through a water body crossing within a wetland. No BMPs were installed by Blattner prior to doing this work. We have been working, and NextEra has been working with DSL and DEQ to remedy this issue in terms of restoring the impacted water body and going through the proper process to document and report.
With your help, Ash, I'm just gonna admit I'm acronym out, so can you please tell me what BMP is?
Best management practice.
Thank you.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, so best management practices for wetlands include things like installing a silt fence or like straw wattles, which these are all weird terms too, but things that basically prevent sediment from entering the stream when they're doing this work. In areas like this, it's really important. The soil out there is very silty and really readily erodible. And so in this case, no BMPs were installed, and this water body is downslope from a road and some ground disturbance that they were doing. And sediment ended up getting into the stream, which can block flow and cause turbidity issues, things like that. So that was the primary issue for this. And in general, now what they're doing is any work within 50 feet of a water body has all of those BMPs installed well ahead of work. They have their environmental contractor out there working with Blattner to make sure that in the work plans, they're installing all of those BMPs well ahead of when they're actually going to be working in a particular area, so that they're compliant with their plans.
Thank you.
Chair,
Vice Chair Condon.
thank you. Councilor Condon, for the record. Do you want questions now? You want to go through these first and then have questions as we go?
I think we could do it item by item. It's probably a good way to do it, so.
Well, and back to the first item, and actually this, I mean, I think this, the chart and explanation is quite, good. But one of the things that was missing, it's my understanding Blattner is an experienced contractor, and Exterra obviously is experienced. But what caused it? I mean, was it a training? Was it lack of training? Why wouldn't they have BMPs already in place? I mean, I don't, it's the,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ryan, I think I'll let you speak on behalf of, Blattner for this issue.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm not there in person. I ran into some travel issues trying to make my way out to the FSEC meeting. Ash, I just want to confirm that my audio is clear coming through.
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, thank you. For this specific non-compliance item, it was kind of a combination of level of knowledge of the workers actually doing the work and then our plan that was in place not being in detailed enough based on our workers' level of knowledge. And so we've attacked those two trouble items by getting more experienced people on site to include our environmental contractors being more closely involved and proactive in setting BMPs in place as opposed to just auditing what has been done. And then we've also added increased detail into our actual permit so that diagrams are available for the workers.
And just following up on that, and then for the first issue, the unauthorized work, a little bit different. Same unexperienced work, or inexperienced workers or poor training, it just seems to be a bit of a pattern.
Right, each one of these issues are kind of unique. For the first one, it was an equipment operator making a decision with the wrong level of authority and backing behind that decision. They were creating a bypass road and they were trained and knowledgeable about trying to avoid the Lawrence Milk Vetch impacts, and in the process of going around a buffer area, went outside of the micrositing corridor, trying to use his tablet to map out the route instead of coordinating with more experienced people, taking the time to get a surveyor on site to actually survey the edge with proper accuracy equipment before constructing that road.
Thank you, and that is a common question of mine through all of these, actually, so hopefully we can speak to it. Thank you.
Sure. This is Katie Scott.
Councilor Hines.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question pertains to the first compliance issue where a temporary bypass road was constructed, it looks like, outside the micrositing corridor. And I was just curious if there could be some clarification there. Was that road on private land or was it a public road, or could you clarify that?
Yes, ma'am, that was all on private land, and maybe it looks described a little differently. The road was meant to be on the edge of the micrositing corridor within it, but the equipment operator just didn't have enough fidelity out in the field to ensure that he was within that micrositing corridor, so he did go outside of it.
Sure. And so I guess my concern was that whoever, I know the landowners are kind of out of our jurisdiction, so I just wanted to make sure that proper action with the landowner was, resolved, but it sounds like that did happen.
Yeah, that's correct. We're in communication with our landowners and we don't necessarily commute every little change that happens, but we do ensure that we're complying with all of our lease agreements for what the landowner has signed for.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Chair,
Councilor Devlin.
this is not a question for the party there, but we're getting the same kind of feedback we were getting yesterday in terms of the audio, and all of us have actually been turned off. So it's actually not coming from the participants that are remote.
I just turned mine off, so mine had been on. I have mine, mic on, Councilor Devlin, and I'll turn it off and we'll see if it gets better in this next round of discussion. Let us know if it doesn't.
And Richard, what do you mean by turned off? Okay.
He's demonstrating.
Thank you. Their mics are turned off.
Councilmember Devlin, you're on mute, but I believe the issue is fixed now, based on muting one of the computers within the council.
I think Richard, you're unmuted now.
He said thank you, so I think we're a go.
And yeah, and I guess before we go any further, is it okay with the council if I kind of give a brief introduction, kind of an overview of everything that's happened?
It just depends on how you want to run.
Is that okay? Yes, it sounds like it's fine.
Okay, thank you. So, first off, thanks for the council and staff for giving us the opportunity to talk. And I just want to say that us as the certificate holder take full responsibility and ownership of everything that happens at the facility. And that's one of the reasons why I did not invite our contractor, right? Because it's not our contractor's responsibility to uphold the conditions. Ultimately, it's Wheat Ridge East Wind LLC and, as a parent company, NextEra Energy Resources to do so. And just all of the issues, I think, they should be put into two groups. So the first, all the issues besides the water use violations were self-reported compliance issues that we reported to the compliance department for Odo staff, along with corrective actions that we are taking to fix those issues. The reason why we do the self-reporting, one is for transparency, make sure we have clear communication, and then also for formal tracking of corrective actions. That's both on the facility side as well as Odo. So they have the comfort that, we are closing the loop on any issues that we identify ourselves. The last compliance issue that Ash is going to talk about was a water use violation. And I can talk more specifically once we get to that, but that was the one issue that was actually identified external to the project. But we took immediate action to stop the non-compliance and then worked as fast as possible to return to compliance based on what was identified.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. So we'll hand it back. But first, Councilor Devlin, are you hearing better now?
I can always make out what's being said, but we're still getting feedback.
Well, I've had my mic off, so. Yeah, Councilor Imes.
I had put a comment in the chat for Nancy. I think that when people's mics are still on in the room, that's feedback. And then also the computer that's being used to facilitate this online meeting, if that mic is on that computer, we're going to get feedback from it too. So I don't know if that helps, but also, Ryan, thank you for your update. I did have a question, if it's okay, Chair Howe.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, all of these compliance issues, were they reported by you, or the contractor, or were they identified when Odo came out to the site?
Yep, thank you for the question. They were identified by within the project, so all internal. It could be by our contractor, it could be by our environment monitor, or it could be by the supervisory roles within the project. Odo has not identified any non-compliance items besides the water use violation, which was reported by Oregon Water Resources Department.
And how did the Oregon Water Resources Department identify the problem? How did they become aware, I should say?
Yeah, so to summarize the issue, just in case people don't have background, the project was using 2 local wells through agreements with our contractor and the landowners. That was not being formally tracked within the project in our permitting matrix, our pre-construction compliance matrix, and the people with the experience that could have identified that were not involved in the day-to-day aspect of the project. And so I believe that was identified by local landowners reporting or having concerns for the use of those wells, which is awesome that somebody reported it as fast as they did so that we could get that item corrected.
Thank you.
If I could interject.
Yes, we're going to turn it back over here. Thank you, Mr. Hill, to Ms. Woods.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair. On the issue of how the issue was discovered for the water violation, the well in question that was originally discovered was actually installed in March as an exempt well for stockwater use. And part of water resources process after a new well is installed is to go inspect that well. And so what they were doing was going out to actually look at that well post installation, and then they noticed several very large, capacity trucks and tanks being filled and a lot of traffic coming in and out. And so that was how they identified the issue, just because they noticed that it was being used for a purpose that it was not permitted for. I think we can move on to the last item in this slide, and then we will get into the water resource issue.
Ms. Woods, Councilor Condon.
I just want to confirm and thank you for being here, Ryan, but you had said that they were all self-reported and that's required under the site certificate to self-report. I just want to confirm that it wasn't out of the ordinary. Not on the water issue, but on the others. The other issues you self-reported within the time frame.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, and on that topic, I'll just say, NextEra has been proactive in reporting and providing information for anything that's happening out on their site. And that is, how the process is supposed to work. These projects are really large and there's a lot of people working on them, a lot of contractors to manage. And so things are going to happen even with, all of the best plans in place. But the important part of our process is that they are reporting and implementing corrective actions and following up with us and their crews to make sure that those issues don't happen again. So things for these other issues are happening how they should.
Thank you for that, and I understand that. I guess what I wanted to point out is we have it in our conditions that they do report, it is required to report, and so it's not out of the ordinary. Thank you.
And this might be a question for Ash. In our site certificate, we have environmental monitors on site 6 days a week whenever work is being done. Is that common to all other facilities in construction? Because they are able to help us identify, um, a lot of issues, and now we're being proactive, utilizing them to catch as much as possible before any non-compliance items happen.
Yeah, the frequency of environmental monitoring and number of environmental monitors at a site can vary from site to site. Are we good? It can vary from site to site, you know, the level of environmental monitoring that's out there, but generally, yes, that is, expected to have, third-party environmental monitors there to be making sure that things are being implemented, how they should be, and it's also kind of a risk management for, the certificate holder generally as well. Okay, so.
We can't hear online, just so you guys know.
Yeah, and Councilmember Imes, just for the record, I could hear you when you said that, so I think it's something to do with the room.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. They're muted, both of their both of those are muted.
I can hear Katie and Ryan, thanks.
It's nice having this convenience, but it is difficult at sometimes.
Can she hear now?
No, I really want to be able to make it out there. Now I'm stuck in transit, so I feel bad for not being able to be there.
Oh yeah, it happens.
I don't have a response from them yet, Katie.
Okay.
I did send them a chat message on them.
Good. I was going to ask you, Councilor Devlin, is it normal, because you've been online more, I think, than anybody, is it normal for you to have that kind of feedback that we're experiencing?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't heard it this much in the past. I mean, there have been issues at times.
I think this just proves that it's the room, though, because I have no feedback right now and everything's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's
Right.
absolutely clear right now.
It's hard to have a clear train of thought hearing yourself echo.
Yeah.
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 I think the issue is the remote room, and
Yeah.
because when we're in the Salem facility, things come across very clearly, and when you listen to the taped audio, it's in pretty good quality, so we
Can you guys
don't
hear
quite
now?
know what. Hi, Nancy.
I just took the owl off.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah, we can hear you
now?
really well.
Okay, cool. We'll go with it.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know, it's showing it. I just shut off the audio on the owl, so. Okay, as long as you can hear, we're good.
Very good.
So, Ms. Woods, you're back on.
Okay, so to wrap up the slide, the road grading occurred within a buffer for the Lawrence Milford population that was unanticipated. ODA was consulted to make sure that the existing mitigation would cover any potential impacts that could have occurred from that encroachment. Their position is that it does and that no further action was required. There is a corrective action plan in place where the environmental monitors are going ahead of work crews and making sure that flagging and staking is in place and that crews are aware when they're going to work in a particular area that there is an avoidance area. There was also a little bit of an issue that we discussed last time with this where the same color of construction flagging was being used for avoidance areas and for areas that were targeted for construction. So that was causing some confusion with the crews and since it's been corrected. Another thing that Nextera is doing right now is going out and actually mapping the full extent of Lawrence Milk Vetch impacts to date. On the site, they're allowed 48 acres total under their current mitigation plan for Lawrence Milk Vetch. But they need to go out and actually quantify that as construction is going along is what we're finding so that they can ensure that they're staying under that threshold or finding additional avoidance areas to stay under that threshold to the extent possible. And in the event that they wouldn't be able to, as you know, things change on site due to on the ground conditions, then ODA is prepared to consult with them on any additional mitigation that would be required. But the current action item for them is quantifying all current impacts and all anticipated impacts to make sure that they're staying in compliance with their site certificate conditions. And we can go to the next slide. So now we can get into our water use issue. So to refresh your memory, during last month's council meeting, staff reported this issue of non-compliance regarding misappropriation of water from 2 private wells for construction of the White Ridge East facility. One of those wells is located within the Butter Creek critical groundwater area. So to provide a little bit of background on why it's important that the wells in the critical groundwater area in general, under ORS 537-730, the Water Resources Commission can designate an area in the state a critical groundwater area if groundwater levels in the area in question are declining or have declined excessively, or if there's interference between wells within the same area. In this case, the Butter Creek critical groundwater area falls into the first category where there was evidence that groundwater levels were declining within that area. The Butter Creek critical groundwater area is a basalt groundwater reservoir. It's located in both Umatilla and Morrow counties, and it was designated in 1986. Is when they were first doing, they need to stabilize water levels in that area. OAR 690-507-0630 sets forth the general requirements for specifically the Butter Creek critical groundwater area. These requirements are use of water shall be limited to the sustainable annual yield, which relates to essentially the capacity of the groundwater reservoir. Water shall be used for irrigation only during the irrigation season, and new applications for appropriation of water shall not be accepted. And these are important points to consider when thinking about the misappropriation of water in this case was occurring for construction use, which is not an approved use for an exempt well, and it occurred during the irrigation season. So for an update on where we are at now with this issue. In this map here, you can see two yellow stars. So the star to the north is the well 1, which is the well that was within the critical groundwater area. And then the star to the south is what we refer to as well 2, which is outside of the critical groundwater area. NextEra contractors, Blattner and Michaels, were withdrawing water from these two exempt wells beginning in June of 2024. Exempt wells are limited to a limit of 5,000 gallons per day of use. Well 1, like I said, is located within the Butter Creek critical groundwater area. So in the context of the limits on use of 5,000 gallons per day, well 1, the total withdrawal was 2,227,400 gallons of water withdrawn since June of 2024, which results in an exceedance of almost 2 million gallons, or about 9 times the allowed exempt use amount. Well 2 was nearly 3 million gallons withdrawn, which results in an exceedance of, again, almost 3 million gallons of water, or 12 times the allowed exempt use amount. Next slide, thank you. So where we're at right now is NextEra has been working with Blattner and their other contractors to obtain the proper water use authorizations that they need to source water for construction. Currently, they have water use authorizations from Ione, Lexington, and Hefner. NextEra has also been approved by the Water Resources Department to use well 2 for construction use. They now have a limited use license to use 500 acre-feet of water over the course of the project from that private well. The Water Resources Department notice of violation that was issued for well 1 was issued not necessarily because of the misappropriation of water. It was issued after Water Resources went out to the well, discovered that it was being used improperly, told Blattner to stop using it, and Blattner agreed to shut off the well to not use it, and then Water Resources actually went back out there, and Blattner was still using the well. And so that's when they decided to issue the notice of violation. And we've since met with Water Resources, and they've said that because now there's no use of either well at this point in time, they've completely stopped using it as directed by the NOV and Water Resources, that they're not going to pursue anything further in terms of action against Blattner or NextEra for this violation. But the notice of violation for well 1 will be in place for 3 years. So if they did, for some reason, try to use it again, then further action can be taken. But for now, Water Resources is not going to pursue anything else. And the department has coordinated with them to understand the full scope of the issue, to understand if the department should take further action on this matter. Water Resources has indicated that the total water used was about 7 acre-feet, which they don't consider to be a significant impact to the resource, particularly concerning the critical groundwater area. They equated that to, a few acres of alfalfa irrigation for a single season in terms of the total volume that was misappropriated. And so they don't feel that that's a significant impact to the resource. So just putting that in context of how the department has been trying to decide what further action to take. But Water Resources did specifically want us to raise the issue in this meeting that even though it's not a significant impact to the resource, it's not a significant impact because they caught it in time. It could have been a significant impact if they hadn't caught it in time. And they want to stress that particularly in critical groundwater areas, but in this region in general, water is a really scarce resource, and any misappropriation we take very seriously, even though they aren't necessarily pursuing further action against Blattner mixture for this. They do take it very seriously, and we are going to work more closely with water resources in the future on other water sourcing issues for future applications. We'll bring them into the conversation, make sure that they approve the sources, have input on any proposed use of private wells, and they would like to have proof of water use authorizations prior to construction, which is something that we'll be incorporating as conditions into the site certificate to make sure that that happens for any future projects. And that's coordination that's happening between the department and water resources.
Yes. I want to be very measured with my words. I have a really hard time with knowing that an agency said do not, and someone decided to proceed and do. I don't think I care how much was used or not used. I care that someone, and I guess my question for Mr. Hill and the organization is, was this a knowing, willful, flagrant disregard to the directive not to do it, and you decided to manage the liabilities and say, well, I'll deal with the punishment? We can't have that. You don't get to make that decision. And I'll just stop there so I don't get myself in any trouble.
Yeah, and I will give you a clarification to that. So once our contractor was officially noticed, we did lock access to that water tank to utilize the water, but power wasn't secured to the well pump. And I think that was a level of knowledge of well operations from the person securing access to that water source. And so the pump was triggered by the float switch and was continuing filling overnight. And then that's why the meter continued to tick when Oregon Water Resources Department showed back up to check on the well.
Chair Howe?
Councilor Byer, sorry.
Thank you. And I fully agree with Councilor Grau. This is not a situation we can be in. It violates our trust with the community that we work with and you work with. The water resources issues in this area are of particular concern. Want to guarantee that you all have the proper training for your contractors on all these issues, and really focus on that. But as a council, are there conditions we should be incorporating in conjunction with Oregon Water Resources regarding water use? And staff and our council don't have to address this right now, but as we see more large projects in this area, knowing that we require water to offset construction impacts, we need to be really mindful of the message we're sending to both the developers, the site certificate holders, their contractors, and the public about our expectations about meeting not just council standards, but the requirements of other Oregon laws. So thank you, Ryan, for being with us today, and for being responsive to these concerns. But just know, you're going to be under a microscope with these projects. We understand the number of conditions that we have, but these are serious violations in our mind. Thank you.
Yep, and thank you for those comments, council member. I mean, we take this very seriously, and it was a failure on our part to not catch that. We have many internal checks and balances that we have set in place from our previous experiences, such as our permit matrix. We didn't encompass this. Our pre-construction compliance matrix missed it. Our experience missed it. And then also our contractor didn't ask to see a license for the well that they intended to use, and then we didn't force our contractor to give us that license either to verify, right? So there's many different levels of, I think, failures for this issue, and we take it very seriously, and we support, water resources taking a more involved participation in the FSEC process, right? Just to prevent other projects from running into this and misusing a valuable resource.
Councilman Rhymes?
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions. One pertaining to the current water use authorizations that apparently have been obtained from the local municipalities. I sit on the Lexington Council, and I am unaware of any agreement coming before our council for water use in Lexington. So I am concerned about that, especially because Lexington is in a critical water state currently and has been for quite some time. We only have one well and we only have one reservoir. And so the city of Lexington has been actively pursuing improving our water infrastructure, and it is a major priority for Lexington. So I would be cautious with putting Lexington on this map for water use, and would like to have more information on that in the future. Also, I am curious, Ryan, if so pertaining to the water issue, just the water issue, well, not just the water issue, all of these, what corrective measures are you taking with Blattner to improve your communication, improve your processes? Is there a plan in place for that?
Yep, thank you for the question, council member. So we have put in place many different corrective actions, and we are on a positive upslope as far as compliance conditions go. We have a corrective action tracker in place that's internal, that we hold, is a document that we can hold people accountable for. We have audited to ensure that we have controls in place for all of the compliance conditions within our site certificate, both in the matrix portion and as in the body of the final order. And then, like I kind of spoke to before, we are now sending our environmental auditors ahead of work. They're attending the foreman meetings. And so they are more involved in the day-to-day operations and planning of the facility, as opposed to just auditing what's being done by our contractor. Additionally, we are in the process of hiring a NextEra Energy Resources internal employee whose sole responsibility is construction compliance. So he has a construction background and is used to maintaining compliance from site certificates or other such documents.
Any other comments or questions from council? Councilor Conlon?
I have.
Thank you, Councilor Conlon, for the record. I'm not as familiar with some of the notice of violation consequences. So from the Water Resources Department, a notice of violation is just that. There's no other consequence. There's not a financial consequence. It's just if there should be something in the future, then action might be taken. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there is an option to incur civil penalties as a result of a notice of violation. But Water Resources didn't feel that that was necessary or appropriate for this particular situation.
And then follow up to that, so as a department, and we have it in our conditions, and there's certainly been a violation. So what are we considering, what's the department considering with respect to this? No consequence, just go forward business as usual, or?
Yeah, so the course of action that the department has, that we could take is a notice of violation issued by the department itself, because of Water Resources, response to the issue, them telling us that they really don't see this as a significant impact to the resource and they're not going to pursue anything further. We kind of deferred that to them in terms of understanding what our course of action should be. So we have come to the conclusion that we would consider this closed. They've received the appropriate authorizations, and it's not a significant impact to the resource. And so that's definitely is not something we're expecting to pursue.
So we're not issuing a notice of violation, okay. That being said, I just want to echo Councillor Grail's comment. In my opinion, the size of the amount of water makes no difference. And I think we should consider a notice of violation. And with respect to Councillor Byers' comment, it seems to me the real cost to this is trust and scrutiny, which are probably the most expensive. I know I will look at these differently, and I would really appreciate, I guess, consideration of the department's consideration of violation. Thank you.
Councilor Rhymes, did you have something you wanted to say earlier?
Well, I wanted to ask the department if they are requiring documentation of water use agreements at this time.
Yeah, so as a result of this issue, we expect to include this as a site certificate condition for future projects, to require proof of water use authorization for any sources that are represented to be used in the site certificate. And those sources would also be vetted by Water Resources Department to get their buy-off that there is capacity available and that the sources are appropriate to use. So this will be a significant piece of our pre-construction compliance moving forward. In the past, it has been covered under one of the general use conditions for just the requirement for any certificate holder to get all of the appropriate permits and authorizations to conduct work. So it is required under there, but it's not something that we specifically had as a line item on the checklist. And so now that's something that we will be heavily scrutinizing moving forward.
Okay. Well, I'm concerned because I know Lexington does not have an agreement or an authorization, and they are listed here. I can't speak for the cities of Ione and Heppner, but again, South Morrow County in general, well, all of Morrow County has a critical water issue. And so I'm concerned about what's taking place now is authorized, and would like to know more about that.
Secretary Cornett.
For the record, Cornett. So thanks, Councilmember Imes. Just to be clear, in their application and also in the orders, we talk about the potential sources of water, and so those municipal sources are potential. They're not guaranteed, so they don't have any legal authority to say take water from Lexington or Ione. They would have to enter into agreements with those municipalities. So as we talked about, and I don't know if the well number 2, which now they've received a limited water use license. I don't know if that will be adequate. Certainly Ryan can talk about that, but if that would be adequate for the full amount of construction. But if they needed to go to a municipal water source, they would have to enter into that agreement with the municipal water source. They wouldn't have any legal authority to just take water from them. So you would know about that if they wanted to do that.
Well, I know there's a lot of water truck activity here in Lexington, meaning the trucks are going right through Lexington, and I know they're going to Ione. I don't know about Heppner. So that's why I'm wanting to know about the documentation. What's actually been approved by the department and what the Water Resources Department has approved as well. Does that make sense?
Mr. Hill, did you want to address that?
Yeah, so for, I guess, a couple pieces there, the water authorization agreements that our contractor has in place have been provided to Odo staff. So you can either work with them to see those agreements, or I can send them directly to this meeting chain, and I can work with Ash on the details of that following this meeting to provide that documentation to you. Additionally, I just wanted to clarify. So the limited license to use water from well number 2, that was obtained by the landowner, independent of the facility and the project. It just references the facility. We have not started to reuse that water source, as we are ensuring that we have all the proper controls in place prior to even touching that source of water, to ensure that we can directly follow that limited water license as well. Additionally, I just want to re-emphasize that we take notifications from any authority very seriously. And, as soon as we learned that well number 1 and well number 2 were unauthorized, we ceased use of those wells. And it was the internal float switch that continued pumping, which once we were notified that the meters were still ticking, we secured. And so that was a mistake there. And I understand this does hurt the trust between us and the council. I totally understand that, but we're going to work to rebuild that trust over time and, show you through actions that we are complying with our site certificates for all facilities.
Any other comments, questions?
Ryan, or Chair Howe, I still have a question. I don't feel like my question is really being answered about what currently the water use plan is and where you're getting water.
Yeah, so we have water use agreements and authorization in place with different municipalities, to include Heppner and Ione. And I'll verify the Lexington one just to make sure it's not a mistake on this slide. But all sources of water we are currently using does have a approved document with a signature from the authority of those sources.
And that documentation's been turned into the department?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I can tell you right now, Lexington has not approved anything. So that information that's been presented today is incorrect.
The documentation for the Lexington agreement that the department has is from the town of Lexington and indicates that there aren't any contracts, but just they approve applications for water use with their customers. That's something that we can directly reach out to them and clarify that this meets the standard for construction use of water and volume that Nextera would be anticipating to use. But that's currently the documentation that we have is an email correspondence from them stating that if their application is approved to have water service through the town of Lexington.
Yeah, Ash, I think that clarification probably needs to be followed up on for that. Thank you.
What's your comment?
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm following the conversation. I thought I heard that the Lexington authorization or correspondence was for the landowner, was in the landowner's name with Xterra identified.
So the landowner limited use license from Water Resources is for the well 2. And that's on the landowner's private property, it's their private well. That's the well, it's outside of the critical ground area, but one of the wells that they were using.
I need to go back to the map.
It's one of the wells that they were using, so it's that southernmost well. That one is on private property. That landowner pursued a limited use license to allow Nextera and their contractors to use the construction water from their property. And Water Resources has now approved that use and that's the 500 acre feet that they're allowed to use over the course of construction. And then separate from that, the town of Ione, Lexington, and Buckner have issued separate for them to use municipal water, and that's all under Nextera or their contractors.
Sorry, I think I misunderstood. I thought in response to Councilor Imes' question, Mr. Hill responded that the Lexington included in that Ione Lexington reference that Lexington was the property owner. I just want to.
For the well, it's a private individual landowner, separate from Lexington as a separate use agreement for their municipal water. And then the well use is privately owned from an individual, and they pursued the limited use license.
Okay. So from this, there really is no authorization for Lexington. I mean, even the email that you read or the correspondence you read isn't an authorization.
Yeah, they approved the application for them to use water from the town of Lexington.
But no amount I mean, I don't know what an authorization looks like. Is there limited amounts or whatnot? Is that a formal authorization?
That's something that we will need Nextera to provide to know the total amount that they're looking to withdraw from these municipal sources. Currently, we don't have the total amount that they're documentation, just the confirmation that their application is approved to use the water from this source.
And that serves, I don't think I'm making myself clear, but that serves as an official authorization for use of water. What you have is an authorization, is considered an authorization. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? I guess I'll say that I agree with Councilor Grail. It's not so much the volume, which was kind of represented by Oregon Water Resources Department to be insignificant, equivalent to a few acres annual irrigation for alfalfa. But it was what seemed to be initially kind of a blatant violation after being noticed that turn it off, don't take any more water. And from what I understand from Mr. Hill is they locked the gate. They thought they did it. Somebody forgot to turn the pump off and it continued overnight and then they got it under control. So I am supportive of closing this out. I think the Nextera has heard this discussion and we've given her concerns, and hopefully they'll take heed and this won't happen again in future applications that we have. The industry will be being careful of making sure that they're not violating water in these critical groundwater areas. Okay, with that, are we ready to close this item and move on to, what is this? This is B, go to D. Sorry, are we ready to go to D? Looks like it. Okay. Let me get my act together here. Wagon Trail Solar, first of all, Ms. Woods, thank you very much. Good job. And Mr. Hill, thank you for participating and help giving us information on this as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today.
Okay, Wagon Trail Solar Project, application for site certificate, proposed order review, possible material change hearing, and public notice of possible hearing to adopt final order. This is an action item, and we've got Chase McVeigh Walker, senior siting analyst, to take us through this. The floor is yours, Chase.
Very much, Chair Howe. Good morning, Vice Chair Condon, members of the council. For the record, my name is Chase McVeigh Walker, Senior Siting Analyst at the Oregon Department of Energy. Today's agenda item, as Chair Howe just mentioned, is council's review and decision of the proposed order for the Wagon Trail Solar Project application for site certificate. Next slide, please, Nancy. We're just going to go, this slide represents the overview for this presentation. I'm going to first start out with a brief description of the procedural history for this application. Then I'll provide a concise description and overview of the proposed facility site, location, and of the applicant. And I'll follow up with a few focused slides explaining the changes made to the DPO as presented in the proposed order. And those changes were made following DPO comments and the applicant's responses and FSEC's review. And then my presentation may conclude after I run through those slides, or a material change hearing will take place should council direct substantive changes to conditions in the order. This agenda item is an action item and will ultimately conclude with 3 options for council to vote on regarding this order. All right. This is our energy facility siting process flowchart. Seen this before. There are 7 major steps in the review of applications for site certificates. Today, I'd like to emphasize that we are currently at the last of the 7 steps in the process. The agency received the notice of intent for this proposed facility in November of 2020 and held an informational meeting, a public information meeting on the application or on the NOI in January of 2021. The department received the preliminary application for site certificate in August of 2022. Okay, thank you. In May of this year, the department issued its DPO, and at the May 30th council meeting, Chair Howe conducted a public hearing on the DPO. In in June. So yeah, in May, Chair Howe conducted a public hearing of the DPO, and the record was kept open until June for the applicant to respond to comments received. And then in July, the department issued its proposed order, and we are here now. Next slide, please. The applicant for this application is Wagon Trail Energy Center, LLC, who is a wholly owned indirect subsidiary of NextEra Energy Resources, LLC. The facility itself is proposed to be up to 500 megawatts of solar photovoltaic energy generation components in Morrow County near Lexington, Oregon. As proposed in the application, related or supporting facility components include a 500 megawatt lithium-ion energy storage system, 2 collector substations, a 34.5 kilovolt collector system, driveway and access roads, an operation and maintenance building, and approximately 0.6 miles of a 230 kilovolt transmission line. The permanent facility, or the proposed facility, would permanently occupy up to 3,685 acres of private exclusive farm use zone land within a site boundary of 7,450 acres. And this next slide, because it's so small, I have some animations to show where these proposed components are. So if you want to just click through them, Nancy. So the site boundary in this figure is represented with this magenta color around the whole proposed facility. Met stations I have identified. We can probably go rapid fire if you wanted to spend 1 second on each. There's the O&M building. This is existing there's an existing substation which is adjacent an existing 230 kV Umatilla Electric UEC line. So there's a UEC line, which on this figure we might see in 2 more clicks, Nancy. There's an existing line that runs north-south that this facility would tie into. Okay, we can keep going. Underground collector lines, fence lines around the solar components, temporary laydown areas, battery energy storage, substations, plural, substations, access roads. Okay. So during the DPO phase, at the public hearing itself, the department received 5 oral comments at the hearing, 4 from the public and 1 from a reviewing agency. Specifically, we also received during the DPO public comment period 2 written comments, 1 from public and 1 from reviewing agency, again, Morrow County. And we did receive an applicant response to the comments post the public comment period closing. So we received that too. Main issues raised in these comments that were reviewed and evaluated and discussed in the last couple council meetings where Wagon Trail was on the agenda were vegetation management and soil stabilization, questions, comments, concerns on the goal-free exception, and applicant's organizational expertise. This slide presents council standards where the department hasn't recommended any substantive changes or hasn't substantively changed anything in these standards from the draft proposed order to the proposed order. There's a few standards which will follow this slide where there were recommended changes, and I'll go over those. And specifically in the transition of proposed order to a draft final order, the department has or will make updates to the procedural history and will make administrative revisions to the order. And these administrative revisions would be replacing anywhere that the department, replacing any language that says the department recommends when council finds. So that's the type of administrative revision that the department recommends be made to the order, depending on action taken today. I did want to note here, if you can see in this list on the second column, the siting standards for transmission lines, I've underlined. And although there isn't substantive changes, I did want to call out the changes, this change on the screen later in my slide deck, but it wasn't a substantive change, but I do want to talk about the change itself later. So that's why it's underlined. Next slide, please. So in the department's evaluation of comments received from the DPO regarding soil protection, the department recommended, and I discussed with you at the last meeting, that additional language be added to a condition that was being recommended to ensure long-term vegetation management strategy be designed to ensure site stabilization and soil protection for areas within the fence line that were not occupied by permanent infrastructure. And so, yeah, that we discussed that approach in that evaluation at our at council's review of the DPO comments. So that's overview of what we recommended for soil protection. Next slide, please. Just additional details on recommended changes resulting from the evaluation of comments received. And this was measures included in the erosion and sediment control plan, I believe, erosion and sediment control plan that we added in to address comments received. But we haven't made any additional changes to these recommendations from what we discussed at council's review of the DPO. Next slide, please. Unless there's questions, please stop me if there's questions on if you have any questions or clarification needed. For land use, as I mentioned, the proposed site boundary consists of approximately 7,450 acres of private land located within Memorial County's exclusive farm use zone. The application, the applicant elected to obtain the council's determination of compliance under ORS 469.504 sub B, and requested council take an exemption to the statewide policy embodied in Goal 3. And the applicant provided reasons in their application for this exception. Next slide, please. In the draft proposed order, there were 4 reasons that the department recommended be deemed appropriate for consideration. However, as a result of comments received on the draft proposed order, the minimal impact to other environmental resources, that 4th bullet, the department recommended not be considered a reason appropriate for consideration. And so that was a change from draft proposed order to proposed order that we incorporated in. So that last bullet is a reason that we are recommending be rejected. But the locational dependency, minimal impacts to agriculture and agricultural related economic benefits were still reasons appropriate. Next slide, please. And this slide really discusses that thought process of eliminating the minimal impacts to other environmental resources. And I think we can go to the next slide as well, please, Nancy. Okay. Unless there's questions on how we got here, this is just a refresher of what we discussed during council's review of the DPO and comments received. So unless I see questions or hands, I'll go to the next slide. Okay. So this was a change that I'm recommending be made. Again, an administrative edit from the proposed order to final order that that wouldn't be a material change, but I want to talk through it. In the siting standards for transmission lines section of the proposed order, there is a condition 1, recommended condition 1, that has subparts A and B, and subparts A and B of the, and I guess we can go to the next slide too, please. This will be easier to follow along. So the siting standards for transmission line, condition 1 is on the right-hand side of this slide and highlighted in yellow. The 2 subparts A and B reflect the site-specific condition language found in Division 25, but this language of this condition, subparts A and B, is the same language and requirements as recommended general standard condition 8. And so I'm recommending that we, in the order itself, in the siting standards for transmission line section, I have referenced general standard condition 8 and its requirements, but then recommended the same requirements be imposed as a new condition, but it's the same requirements. And so I think just to eliminate duplicity, because the words are all the same for subparts A and B, you can get rid of the condition in the siting standards for transmission lines section, and just keep the reference to this general standard condition 8 in the siting standard for transmission lines section as it is found already. I just don't think that there's any reason to have the applicant or certificate holder submit double the material, if it's just the same requirements. So that would be one change that wasn't recommended from EPO to proposed order, but it wouldn't be a material change, as it would just be eliminating duplicative efforts to provide pre-construction submittal requirements.
Is everybody tracking this? Okay, let me just summarize it really quickly. So right now we have two conditions. Both conditions are proposed in the proposed order. They are largely exactly the same thing. Where we want to change and eliminate the condition on the right, and simply in the findings, it would say this condition is needed, but there's already another condition that does the same thing. And so we would keep the condition on the left, which is identical, except for C, which is the thing that needs to be kept. The one on the right, entirely duplicative, needs to be eliminated. And because it's the same language, it's not material. So that's the distinction, between the proposed order and the final order, if you agree. But the findings will reflect that, and so there's no loss.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Council Secretary. Councilor Byer. Maybe. Councilor Byer.
Thank you. I'm very comfortable with this and putting a finding on the record that it's not a material change. But can we go back to the exceptions? I have a question. It was a couple slides before. Okay, this is the slide. It sounds like staff is recommending that we do not include the reason minimal impacts to environmental resources. And I can't remember why that recommendation is being made. I know we've included it as a reason for other projects. So if you could just clarify for me, thank you.
So this was our evaluation was related to sorry, let me just go back to my notes. So
Yeah. Projection minimum impact. Yeah, so the slide's incorrect.
oh yeah, so it's minimal. So for giving me the slides incorrect, this should that reason shouldn't be minimal impacts to other mineral resources, but rather minimal impacts to agriculture and that minimal impacts, the reason of minimal impacts to agriculture is what we were recommending be rejected as a reason.
Oh, looks like.
Chair Howell,
Councilor Hines?
Chair Howell, I think Anne might have lost connection. I don't see
Yeah,
her on here. Oh, okay.
We're tracking them, trying to get her back on.
Okay, I do have a question too when Anne's finished on this.
We're still doing it, so why don't you go ahead and ask your question, we'll come back to Councilor Byers.
I just wanted clarification on the agricultural related economic benefit exception, and that if the department could clarify that the $500,000 that Nextera has proposed as I guess mitigation for this reasoning, if that's what really it's based on, is that 500,000 K. Meaning if that investment or mitigation is the reason why we're accepting an agricultural related economic benefit.
Yes, it is.
It is, okay. And I just was thinking, and you know, this is a 30 to 50 year site. You know, the longevity of the site is 30 to 50 years. So I'm just wondering how that is justifiable. How is that really an agricultural related economic benefit, a one-time payment of $500,000 to maybe local agricultural research, which is great, but I'm just wondering how we're really justifying that.
We discussed in the DPO review that the $500,000 agricultural mitigation fund was earmarked for representations that the applicant made in its specific purposes and components. And so we recommended, just to clarify where that money was going, to amend the recommended conditions 14 and 15 to specify that that money be applied to these specific applicant representations, which included improvements to the North Lexington grain elevator and calling out that funds were to be used to purchase equipment needed to fund research and dry land winter wheat farming methods, which include a plot drill, stationary thresher, and small case IH tractor. That's where the money would be going, and it would be conditioned into conditions for land use conditions 14 and 15 with those representations.
Okay, and that justifies us as a reason, meaning we accept that reason for agricultural related economic benefit for the life of the site certificate. Is that correct?
Secretary Barnett.
Yeah, I'll handle that one. So for the record, Todd Cornett, if you recall, the whole premise of this is based upon an evaluation not of direct impacts, but of indirect impacts. So it's not the impacts to agriculture on the property where the facility is being proposed, it's the indirect impact on adjacent properties that have that same agricultural practice, which would be winter wheat. And so the whole evaluation that was done by Eco Northwest is what are the indirect impacts of the facility on that industry. And they did, a calculation and evaluation to determine a per acre dollar amount, for the life of the facility. And so ultimately, essentially, they did an analysis, came to a conclusion, and it's a math exercise to determine what those impacts, would be and what the mitigation would be associated with that. So again, there's a lot that goes into that. So it's not just they throw out some money, the money then would, have some value. There is a full evaluation that resulted into that. That was evaluated, during the draft proposed order, the council's review of the draft proposed order. And that's the, why we came to that conclusion, both in the draft proposed order and the proposed order. So just reminding everybody that, this was already pretty fully evaluated.
Does that answer your question, Councilor Adams?
Yes, it answers my question, but I do have a little bit of conflict because we're also, and I know we're reviewing other projects with similar requests, and I just want to make sure that we're looking at this in a way that is cohesive going forward, and that we're making decisions that will be, done in the same manner going forward for other projects. Because there are other projects happening at the same time, even though, we're reviewing them at different times, the same things keep coming up. And I think that for us to make decisions cohesively and consistent is my main thought on this. I'd love to hear what other council members have to offer to this discussion as well.
And just to respond, this is the first time that this type of thing is being done. So obviously we have another project, that you'll hear later on today as a similar type of evaluation, but this is the first time that this particular reasons exception is being made with this type of indirect agricultural compensatory mitigation.
Councilor Hines, this is Ken, and I share your concern that we're not setting a precedent for future applications to reference this one in a way that we did it here. They say we want to over in our application, and so I find some comfort in the fact that these are very site-specific applications, and it varies from one site to another. What we do in one location doesn't necessarily apply to the site situation in another one. And I think it's upon us when we do our decision that we express in detail the findings that make it specific to this property and this site, so that it locks it in here, as opposed to being something general that could be applicable on other applications that we might not really want to apply that to. So, okay, Councilor Byer, did we lost you there for a bit? Let's get back to your question.
Again.
Yeah, so what the department recommended, following council's review of the DPO, and what was presented in the proposed order was minimal impacts to minimal This is minimal direct impacts. Tax type.
Saying up there, minimal
Yeah.
impact.
It's not minimal, it's minimal impact to agriculture. That second bullet should be the one that's rejected, not the fourth. So I misspoke, sorry.
Counselor Byer, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Thank you. I thought that was the case, and I just wanted to make it clear for the record. And I also appreciate Chair Howe's comments that we are in some cases entering sort of new territory as we evaluate these exceptions. And I think while I love to set a precedent, each of these proposals is so site specific that we do want to retain the flexibility to consider different different perspectives as we move forward. So thank you to Chair Howe for that.
Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. And yes, I appreciate what Chair Howell had to say. I guess I have a real concern about deciding today what's appropriate for a 50-year span when we don't know what the future is going to be like environmentally. And I am wondering if there is a way to have a reconsideration in some number of years, you know, that it may not be appropriate mitigation, or you know, the $500,000 may not be appropriate and be deemed that after the fact. And I'm just wondering if that's a possibility, given this is new territory for us. Do we really want to take a number today that covers a 50-year period or a 40-year period?
Yeah, so what we're talking about is a reasons exception. So this is in a habitat mitigation plan or wildfire mitigation plan, which are meant to be, you know, sort of adaptive management, where you can evaluate things, or even a bond or letter of credit where you potentially evaluate that in the future. This really is kind of a point in time where you're saying, are there reasons on the record to justify the bold exception? So I think the answer to your question is no. You know, we can't revisit this because at this point in time, there are either enough reasons on the record to justify an exception or not. And, you know, later on, if you say, well, 20 years from now, we thought there were, but there wasn't really, you can't really claw that back. You know, at that point, it's already, you've allowed the facility, you know, to be constructed. And so this is a new thing. We are really just looking at this, you know, pretty new right now. And so the whole concept of indirect compensatory agricultural mitigation as a reasons justification. So you can accept it, you can not accept it, you know, but I don't think at this point there's any ability to qualify it or condition to reevaluate it in the future. And I'll look at Mr. Rowe to make sure that he agrees with that.
I don't think I could have said that better. That was a really good explanation. I think what I think is what's new here in this application, in the subzone application, is this is the first time we've had an applicant that's really quantified the indirect impact. I think what Councilor Imes is potentially struggling with is, okay, we have this quantification, and what we're accepting as mitigation, or what we're accepting as an economic benefit, given their analysis of what the indirect impact would be. Do we have a consistent number on as what we're accepting for as mitigation or economic benefit? And this is so brand new that really, as these come forward, what you have and that we as a department have is, should we always ask applicants for that type of analysis where they're quantifying the indirect impact? I like it because then you have something more tangible. Previously, an applicant would come in and they say, clearly, yeah, we're going to have some impacts, but we're going to do X, Y, or Z to provide economic benefit. And council would say, okay, that makes sense. But now that you have, you know, more real kind of numbers in front of you, the task is deciding, given what they're saying their impact would be, do we think what they're proposing as an agricultural economic benefit or mitigation, does that match up? And that's really what you ought to be focused on, I think. But as far as Todd's response to your question, Councilor Conlon, I think that's spot on. This is your decision now is this a valid reason for an exception to goal 3? And once it's built, it's built.
Thank you. And I do want to point out that because the analysis was done by an independent third party, it's not the applicant just saying, hey, this is the benefit. I think the independent third party analysis gives one some foundation that is at least something to grab onto and evaluate and say yay or nay to. So thank you.
Council Corner.
Yeah, and I think it's important, again, this is the applicant's burden to provide this information and justify it. And they provided this analysis by Eco Northwest. You can agree with it, you can not agree with it, that's okay. But it is their responsibility, it is their burden, and staff has looked at it and, we feel it is, you don't have to agree with that. There are other also reasons, to justify the exception. You need multiple reasons. You don't need, 3, you don't need 4, you don't need 5, you need 2. So we like this. We think there's a lot of value with this idea, but it is a new idea. And, like anything new, we'll learn along the way, in the future, did we get it right? Did we get it mostly right? How to perfect it? But I think as the first time that we're seeing this, we like the idea. We think there's a lot of value to the local agricultural economy. I think Eco Northwest did a really good job on this. And we, again, staff believes it is a reason to justify the exception. I did see Mr. Hill had his hand up now. This is council's evaluation. You can call on him to provide any, sort of details or context if you want. You're not obligated to. This isn't a public comment period. You have no obligation. But if you would like to, hear what he has to say, you certainly do so.
I just want to say that this is Kent, and I'm in complete agreement with what Secretary Cornett said. We have findings that we can point to that justify the action. It's not a number pulled out of the air. They did an analysis. It's quantitative and represents a calculation for the 50-year life or the life of the facility based upon per acre amount. And it seems maybe not all that much, but we've got a finding point. Okay, Mr. Hill, did you have anything that you wanted to say there related to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the monetary contribution was in excess of the offset to the indirect economy for agriculture in Morrow County. Based off Eco Northwest analysis, the actual spending and upkeep of the facility based off of actual numbers of our operating facilities in Morrow County more than offset the indirect impacts specifically. So that's the land, not physically occupied by the facility.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, for that clarification. Councilor Hines, did you have something?
I just had a question. It was brought up that the third-party consultant did the analysis, and it's my understanding that I can't remember the name of that consultant company, but that they also did the analysis for the Sunstone project. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Chase?
Yeah. Eco Northwest.
They used the same method for both reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, Councilor Devlin.
could I ask, in terms of Eco Northwest, which I'm actually fairly familiar with, in terms of figuring out the impact and the financial impact, wouldn't part of their basis be the actual production of agricultural products on the particular land in question. And that might explain the significant difference in value per acre for the difference between the two projects that have been cited.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornick, yes. Councilmember Devlin, so we have two projects, one that you're, potentially at a final decision point, and the other one you'll hear about today, which is where council is reviewing the draft proposed order. Same consulting firm, Eco Northwest, same methodology. But yes, there is a pretty significant difference between the acreage of the two facilities. And so the dollar amounts in terms of the agricultural compensatory mitigation for indirect impacts are different as a result of that. So yes, if I understood your question or kind of clarification, I'm confirming that.
That's part of it, Secretary, but I think part of it to me might be that they've taken into consideration what the history of agricultural production has been on the site. I mean, a site that has had significant agricultural production may have a higher value than one that's had very little in the past.
Yeah, just for clarification, this is not direct agricultural mitigation. The facility site for each of these, that's not what's being analyzed, because the landowner, is going to be compensated in terms of whatever lease agreements they have with the developer. So this is adjacent agricultural impact. So the loss of that direct, agricultural land, it's not what the impact of that land is, but the impact of that on surrounding land. So, you have to think about, an agricultural sort of region and economy, there are lots to it. It's not just the acreage, but it is all of the supporting kind of facilities, packing houses and distribution and, suppliers of implements and aerial spraying and whatever the particular agricultural practice is. There are a lot of elements that go into ensuring that everybody can farm. And if you take a certain amount out, at some point you may hit a tipping point where it impacts everybody else. And so that's really what we're concerned about in here. It's not only the loss of direct agricultural impact, but that indirect effect. And so that's what this agricultural mitigation or the compensatory mitigation is related to, is the long-term indirect effects on the surrounding uses. That's the analysis.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, we've set the record straight for the three reasons, and we're ready to move then to Chase and continue with your presentation.
This is the last substantive change made from draft proposed order to proposed order, which we discussed in the review of the DPO, and so just was bringing it to here again. No recommended changes beyond what this was from in the proposed order, and this was just to eliminate those specific provisions in that rule reference, as those were related to wind energy facilities, and this is a wind energy facility. Think the next slide, please, Nancy, and at this, I will turn back over to you, Chair, or am available for any questions or comments, yes, before action is taken.
Okay, Council, any questions or comments? Well, I've prepared some comments that I want to make from the land use perspective as it relates to the section of Goal 3. So I'd like to make a few comments, if you'll bear with me. We have a strong record on what our action is. The goal 3 exception requirements set a high threshold in order to remove land from any finite agricultural inventory. The definition of farm use includes planting, growing, harvesting, and managing crops, land, and livestock to make a profit. Council indicated our concern about lowering the threshold for an exception that we would be held to in future applications. So I want to specify my reasoning how the record justifies the goal 3 exception for this project. There are 3 categories of agricultural land: high value, arable, and non-arable. The LCDC solar rules were designed to incentivize development on non-arable land, so the threshold for a successful application of non-arable land was lowered. I feel the Energy Facility Siting Council is likely to see more applications on arable lands, and council needs to be clear that we must have sound reasons for taking arable lands out of agricultural production. The goal 3 exceptions required if more than 12 acres of the project would be sited on high-value farmland soils, or more than 20 acres of the project would be sited on arable soils. The Wagon Trail Solar Project exceeds both of these limitations, occupying 7,450 acres of land zoned for exclusive farm use and dryland wheat farming, all of which is interspersed with arable soils and high-value farmland throughout the site boundary. If the property is not already physically developed or irrevocably committed because of surrounding development, then the goal 3 rule allows the council to consider reasons to justify an exception to the statewide policy embodied in goal 3. And in this case, on the basis of 1, locational dependency, 2, agricultural related economic benefits, and 3, minimal impacts to other resources protected by council standards. Under locational dependency, the proposed site is locationally dependent because it would be located on existing transmission and transportation infrastructure and is co-located with other nearby energy facilities in a manner that allows for efficient use of existing infrastructure. Therefore, I find that locational dependency is one of the 3 reasons justifying a goal 3 exception. Number 2, agriculture-related economic benefits. An economic benefit to support the local agricultural economy, the applicant has proposed a $500,000 fund. I find that a $500,000 fund is an economic benefit to support the local agricultural economy that justifies why the state policy in goal 3 should not apply. And lastly, minimal impacts to other resources. Construction and operation of the proposed facility will be sited to avoid any sensitive environmental features, including Washington ground squirrel habitat, FEMA, 100-year floodplains, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service designated critical habitat, ODFW designated big game range, or wildlife species listed as threatened or endangered, mapped wetlands, waters of the state, historic, cultural, and archaeological resources, significant scenic resources, or important recreational opportunities in the analysis area. I therefore find that impacts to other resources would be minimal. Therefore, I believe the council can find that 1, locational dependency, 2, agricultural economic benefits, and 3, minimal impacts to other resources protected by council standards are 3 reasons that cumulatively justify taking an exception to the statewide policy embodied in goal 3. Other comments from council? Councilor Gray.
I feel smarter now. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's an area that is very complicated and something I don't have a strong background in. So I always appreciate what you and Councilor Meyer and our good secretary over there have to say around such things. So I appreciate the detail that you provided.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're to the point now then that we're ready to entertain a motion.
Chair Powell?
Mr. Condon.
Mr. Chair and council, I move that the council approve the Wagon Trail Solar Project proposed order as the final order and grant issuance of the site.
Second,
Was that Councilor Devlin?
that's correct. There.
So we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Burnett, could you please call the roll?
Marcy Grill,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ken Howe,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. So I think it's break time. We've been at this for a couple of hours. And what do people want? 10, 15? 10, okay. We're gonna reconvene at 10:40. Yeah. Just want to make sure that. Yeah. Like if you want me to send it to you.
We'll be working. Okay, I'll just review it, make sure data in there is. That was what I said, so.
Okay. I'm gonna call us back to order. We got 1, 2, 3. As soon as we get Katie and there's Katie. Okay, we've got 4. I'm gonna start us off here. The next item. Yeah, so the time is 10:45 and I'll call the meeting back from recess and continue on with the next agenda item. We've got public comments. This is an information item reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that's not otherwise closed for comment, including the Sunstone Solar Project draft proposed order and the contested case ruling. In the agenda, we've set the amount of time for individual commenters at 7 minutes. So, do we have anyone in the room that wants to provide public comment? Seeing none, Nancy, can you tell if there's anyone on the phone or the web that raise your hand or dial *3?
Thank you, Chair. How, no one at this time has their hands raised. Let's take a moment and just but if you're on the webinar, click on the participants, and in that way that you'll see a hand. If you click on it, we'll raise it. When you're finished commenting, you can click it lower. If you're on the phone, you can press 3 to raise your hand, make a comment, and then when you're finished, start raising the little button. So, first of all, I see Wendy King. Wendy, I'm going to go ahead and ask you your mic.
Wendy, if you're ready to make a comment, we're here ready to listen.
So wait, I'm going to unmute you.
My name is Wendy King. Address is
Not real clear. Speak into the microphone or whatever you're talking about.
my name is Wendy King.
There we go.
My address is 2044 Northwest 20th Court, Redmond, Oregon 97756. I have several things I want to address in a general way. First of all, as of the last FSAC meeting, when I made public comment, there has been no response to my questions during the public comment, and I wanted to reiterate that I would appreciate a response, and that mainly was to understand how the standards come and are approved by the FSAC committee, and how you go about learning how to apply them, how all the council members learn how to apply them. Secondly, and this is in response to the water issue, which is in a critical groundwater area in which my family farm is located. There appears to be a disconnect between the ODOE, NextEra, and the contractor. And it is important to penalize the wrongful action. Those actions potentially affect those living in the critical groundwater areas. And who is culpable for the wrongdoings or the potential damages imposed that occur from those instances? I have a quote here from a prior B2A FSAC meeting where Kellen states, quote, "In our memos that we send out to reviewing agencies, we do include a portion that says, if you don't provide comments, we assume that you're okay with the information," unquote. My guess here is that no response may have been received from Lexington, which means approval. Once again, the lack of cumulative effects for multiple projects in the EFU zone geographical locations is ultimately affecting those of us that live and work in these areas, especially when water will be necessary for the construction of multiple projects. Example, Wagon Trail. I understand they have water rights. I don't know what those are. Concerning your consideration of minimal agriculture impacts, the concern for water use for anything other than agriculture should be considered an agriculture impact that is not minimal. Now that your council has considered the Goal 3 exception, you are careful to clarify that you are not setting a precedent. So it's okay to approve it. Back when I was asking for a condition to the historical standard for the impacts of Wheat Ridge East to our Century Farm, your environmental justice person said that the council must be careful to not set a precedent. And this is in complete opposition of what just happened. Okay, and then during the prior FSAC meeting, Mr. Howe's microphone was left on during the break. And I heard him say that, and I believe he was speaking to Katie Imes, that they were talking about they had just denied my contested case and they were looking forward to the next set of contested cases. And he was discussing the number of upcoming contested cases, issues for one person. He said the number was 9 or something ridiculous like that. He then said to her, I wish we could just group them all together and vote and be done or finished with this. This is an example of a chairman's point of view being provided in a public situation, in a public platform, and it almost makes me think that the council had already determined that all of these contested cases would be denied. And that this was going through the motions of conducting a public process. And I was very disappointed to hear those words from Howe's mouth. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. King. Is there any other hands up or star threes?
Mr. David Welch, I'm going to go ahead and unmute your mic. You are ready to make your comment. We see that he has walked off and that's where he lost his internet connection, so we're going to move on to Mr. Sam Myers.
Okay, can you hear me?
Is this David Welch?
Yes, it is.
Okay, yeah, please state your name and address and give us your comment.
Okay, this is David Welch. I live at 4374 Vashon Drive, Northeast, Lacey, Washington, and I represent the Oregon-California Trails Association. And my comment concerns the Oregon Explorer, and I find this to be a very useful tool. I use it quite a bit. It shows the projects and it gives you some mapping options if you can overlay this information onto aerial images or various kinds of maps. It includes when you can do various overlays on it, and it includes the Oregon National Historic Trail, the main line, and it includes with what is called the California National Historic Trail, but it's really the Applegate. There's a long story associated with that. The Applegate basically goes up and down I-5 and then over into Nevada. Those are the only true trails that it shows. And I've talked to Kellen Tarterweather about this, that there's a need to show other historic trails. It's the reason for that is that I can very quickly look at a project and see if it has an impact on a historic trail when that data is available. I have tried to provide the information to the, there's a place where you can upload trail data, but it doesn't work. And so I've requested that this be fixed. And that was perhaps 6 months ago and nothing has been done. There are actually 16 trails that were studied by the state of Oregon in 1999 and are in have been documented. And I would like to have all 16 of those trails represented on the maps so that we can look and see when there's an impact. It makes it easier for me and for you if we can quickly say that project has no impact on a trail. And so that's basically my comment. I'd like to see the fixes put into the Oregon Explorer. It is a good tool.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Welch. Yes, Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you very much for your comment. It's great to hear from someone who uses the tool and has a good experience with it. Just, I want to confirm, so the 16 trails, they're designated historic trails?
Yes, the state of Oregon, and I'm a little fuzzy on I think it was the Oregon Trails Advisory Council at the time, going back to the 1993 sesquicentennial. And so it is a state of Oregon document. I actually provided information to it in a comment on the Buckley project, the Buckley Solar Project. So the staff there has the information on what that document is, and but I can provide it again if necessary.
Thanks. I just wanted to confirm that that they were considered historic.
Yes, by the state of Oregon. They are not designated national historic trails at this point. There's a legislation before Congress right now to do certain ones of them. But it was the state of Oregon that certified them as historic trails.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Welch.
You're welcome.
Okay, Nancy, do we have others?
Go ahead and give your mind. You are able to come. It's locked. Okay. What? I don't know. It's locked right now. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna promote him and see if I can get him open that way.
Oh, hello. Do you hear
There
me?
we go.
Okay, Mr. Myers, we just hear your voice, so we're able to hear you. Please state your name and address, and we're ready for your comment.
Thank you. Yes, it's my name is Sam Myers. I live at 68453 Little Butter Creek Road, Heppner, Oregon. Yeah, I have a personal stake at this water issue that was talked about this morning. Every year I have to request water to be drawn from the aquifer, our deep well, and as part of the critical groundwater. Every year for the last 15 or so years, I've gotten about 200 acre feet approval. It's super important that we understand the complexity of the water situation. So the Water Resources Department has broken down what it thinks are specific aquifers that this critical groundwater area pulls from. And so it has developed what it thinks are appropriate withdrawal quantities from each aquifer. Now, that the distinction and clarification or discovery of what aquifers actually interface with others and the complexity, let's say, of the caverns of aquifers is not necessarily completely understood. It's maybe with developing technologies, they can assess that better. However, the takeaway here is that the aquifer that I've been drawing from has been dropping consistently over the last 30 years. And so I find myself in a spot where even as a water rights holder that is of the senior classification, that is, that's one of the oldest water rights that were established, I'm being impacted because water right users that are more junior in dating, that's when they filed for the water right, they are using considerably more water than I am. But I am being impacted because I can't pump at the flow that I used to be at the pressure without spending thousands and thousands of dollars to go deeper. So when I hear about additional water usage out of these aquifers for construction of wind, it is extremely upsetting to me, and it is a big deal that it was misapplied. The water depletion in this aquifer is a big deal, and the Water Resources Department has been slow to reduce and constrain the water usage in a way that will actually make the aquifer sustainable. So now you guys come along and you just add another taker of water from these aquifers to the tune of 500 acre feet. Okay, that's 2.5 times what I get in a year. So I believe, I'm so upset about this, that it's an abject failure of the ODOE. Let's not blame it on anybody else. This should have been nailed down, locked down. This should have been sorted out. This should have been figured out a long time ago, because we know wind energy takes a lot of water because there's a ton of concrete and along with the roads. So I have water trucks driving by my house every day, 10 hours a day practically. So this should have been a point, this should have been developed in a way that's like, this is where the water is going to come from. It would have been easily to enforce. It could have been easily understood where the water comes from day after day after day. Should have been from this source or this source. This should have all been locked down. But again, it's a failure on the part of the ODOE to get, and the council, to get this sorted out correctly ahead of time. It's really amazing that all of this happens in a bubble, that this kind of failure doesn't end up on the front page of a newspaper, because this is the kind of sensitivity to resources that we have lived with for 30 years. And in a whim, in a bubble, in a point of isolated in time decision, the ODOE comes and says, oh, we're just gonna take more water. We'll just kind of see what happens, not recognizing the critical nature of other resources. This is not the first time this has happened in wind energy, but exactly like Ms. Condon mentioned, this is a produces a lack of trust. I believe I'm almost out of time. Okay, so I'm really disappointed to hear this failure. And again, this should have all been sorted out in the beginning. And it's again sort of the lack of truly understanding how to develop a resource without impacting others. Along with the solar projects, I believe, based on what I've heard this morning, any impacts to subsequent or adjoining, adjacent cropland should be evaluated at the time of any application. It ought to be independent per application as the days and years go on. Any solar project ought to have a complete investigation on how it's going to impact its neighbor, and there should be no precedence on the terms and the perhaps the compensation involved to the adjacent landlords. It shouldn't be anything long-term decided. It should be case by case. I have other issues with the ODOE, but this one has really got me riled up today. So not trying to necessarily step on toes, but picked a bad resource to mismanage. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from council? Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers, for your comments. Nancy, do we have others wanting to comment?
We do have a call-in user. I am, oh, hold on.
Hello?
There you go. Thank you.
We can hear you. Could you please state the name and address?
Yes, Irene Gilbert, 2310 Adams Avenue, La Grande, Oregon. Are you getting feedback or am I clear?
You're clear.
Okay, I'll speak then. Anyway, my comment is that council signed the amendment to site certificate for the Boardman to Hemingway transmission line. And they stated in that order that objections, what is going on? Am I still on? Am I still speaking?
You're still on and you sound just fine from our end.
Okay. Anyway, the amendment to site certificate states objections to denied contested cases are to be filed with the Supreme Court under ORS 469-403. This is in spite of the decisions by the Marion County Circuit Court, the Oregon Court of Appeals, the Union County Circuit Court, and the Oregon Supreme Court that jurisdiction for denied contested cases are to be filed with the Circuit Court. The consequences of council continuing to ignore court decisions regarding where these denials of contested cases are to be appealed has the following impacts. 1, it requires the public to respond to ongoing motions from the Oregon Department of Energy under your name to require cases to be transferred to the Oregon Supreme Court when they are supposed to go to the Circuit Court. It makes the council appear to be denying court decisions regarding jurisdiction for denied contested case requests. And the rules for appeal under ORS 469-403 are based on council having allowed a contested case to provide the public the opportunity to develop a file containing the fully vetted basis for their objections. ORS 469-403 requires the Supreme Court to base their decisions on the file. Denied contested cases are directed to file with the Circuit Court for reconsideration to provide the development of a fully vetted argument for review by the Supreme Court. The decision of the Circuit Court is then appealable to the Supreme Court. When council continues to approve site certificates that state denials of the request for contested cases go directly to the Supreme Court, one of two things occurs. One, if the public is not aware of the plain language of ORS 469403 and court decisions, you have in effect denied them access to due process since there is no file for Supreme Court review. Or two, if the public is aware of the multiple court decisions establishing that denied contested cases are heard under ORS 183-484 as non-contested cases, you are creating the requirement that the public argue jurisdiction over and over and over again and make counsel appear to be defying the court's decisions. Given the U.S. Supreme Court decision in the Bright case, which overturned the Chevron doctrine, allowing agencies to have basically authority or deference in interpretations of statutes. Because of that, the interpretation is now moved to the courts. I ask that council comply with the court's decisions regarding jurisdiction for your orders and that you require the Oregon Department of Energy to tell you when they decide to include requirements in site certificates that do not comply with Oregon statutes and court decisions and ask you to sign them. Additionally, just another comment is that ORS 183-750 says that council will issue your orders in a clear and easily understood manner. And when you combine denials of contested cases that are supposed to go to the circuit court with the approval of a site certificate, where if someone disagrees with that approval, it's supposed to go to the Oregon Supreme Court, it is very difficult for the public to sort out what in the world is a part of the denied contested case and what is a part of the site certificate. So it would be nice if you would at least make that effort to avoid the current confusion that you're creating. Thank you.
Any comments from council and questions? Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert, for your comments. Are there any other hands or star three?
No, sir.
Okay, I think we'll close the public comment period and move on to the next item. It's a Sunstone Solar Project. It's an information item. Council review over site certificate. Christopher Clark, Senior Siting Analyst, will present the council with a draft proposal.
Morning, Chair Howe, members of council. For the record, this is Chris Clark. I'm Senior Siting Analyst with the department. As the chair mentioned today, I will be going over the draft proposed order on the application for site certificate for the Sunstone Solar Project. Nancy, if I could get the next slide. Great. As a quick review, the proposed Sunstone Solar Project is or would be a 1,200 megawatt solar photovoltaic power generation facility with related or supporting facilities, including a battery energy storage system with up to 7,000 watt hours of battery storage capacity, up to 6 collector substations with associated over 30 kilovolt transmission lines. It would have up to 4 O&M buildings in their facilities, including containers for storing spare solar modules, roads, fencing, and access gates as well as lay down yards. Yeah, so if we can get the next slide. Oh, yeah, and the applicant, of course, is Sunstone Solar LLC, which is a subsidiary of Pine Gate Renewables LLC. Great. We are currently in the final stages of the draft proposed order phase of this project. The council held a public hearing on the draft proposed order at your meeting in Hermiston last month. That hearing ended a 41-day public comment period that started with the issuance of the DPO back on July 12th, 2024. We've included exact copies of all the comments we received, as well as the applicant's responses in attachment 2 of your staff report. So you have everything we received on the record. We're currently reviewing those comments and working on a proposed order, which will include our final recommendations to the council on the project's compliance with standards, applicable laws, and ordinances. Our final recommendations in the proposed order will also include consideration of any comments or direction provided by the council today. And so I really want to emphasize how important it is that we get your feedback, that, you know, if you have any issues or concerns with the project, that you bring them up during this conversation. I have a set of issues in response to public comments that I'll be going over, but I do just want to point out that really anything you want to discuss is on the table. So please bring it up if you don't see it in my presentation or you have other questions. And then I also just want to emphasize that while we welcome comments and questions from individual members, we are really hoping to get feedback from the council as a body. So I will be doing my best to note when there is areas of consensus among council members, but to the extent that you can help me with that effort, I appreciate it. So once we get your feedback and we issue the proposed order, which we're hoping to do in the next couple of weeks, there will be a mandatory contested case on the project, conducted by a hearing officer appointed by council. Just as a reminder, statute generally limits the issues that may be considered in the contested case to those raised on the record of the public hearing, or those related to actions or conditions that differ material from those in the DPA. So that's another reason why it's really important that we kind of iron things out now, get everything that we can in the record and reflect it in the proposal. After the contested case closes, the council will be asked to make its final decision, approving or denying the application, and issue the site certificate if the application is approved. If you could go to the next slide and see. Thank you. I just very quickly want to go over some of the things that I highlighted in the DPO review at the last meeting, but that we didn't really get comments on. And these are kind of things that are maybe more unique to this project than what we typically see. One is that the applicant has proposed a phased approach to construction that would involve potentially 6 phases of construction staggered over a 4-year construction period. We recommended a condition that would require the first phase of construction to start within 3 years after approval, which is kind of the standard condition, but then added another section to that that would require the last phase of construction to begin within 4 years, and then grants an additional 2 years to complete construction. The applicants asked for a full 6-year period to complete construction, and we believe that what we've added in the condition will accommodate the phasing. Just the applicant will need to start before their minimum, their complete 3-year grace period. So if they get started within year 2, they'll have time based on what they've submitted. The second thing that I wanted to highlight is that this is a fairly large facility, 9,400 acres of impact area within the solar arrays. And the certificate holder has represented that it will minimize soil impacts within those solar array areas by minimizing grading and soil disturbances where it can, and leaving root systems and underlying solar array root systems underlying the solar array areas intact to the extent practical. Basically, that means that they won't be fully grading or disturbing soils where the grading and itself is outside of what the tolerances of our brimstone wrapping systems involved with the solar arrays. We've asked, or we've recommended conditions that require a vegetation and grading plan to be submitted prior to construction to demonstrate exactly how they'll carry out those commitments. For the retirement and financial assurance standard, this is not really unique to this project, but because it is something that it's very important to the council, obviously, and something that the council always needs to consider. We just wanted to point out again that the DPO recommends that the cost that would be incurred by the state if the certificate defaulted on its obligation to restore the site would be approximately $118 million. And that the DPO recommends the council find that the applicant is reasonably likely to obtain a bond or letter of credit in that amount. One thing to note is that the applicant has indicated that it may request to submit separate bonds corresponding to the separate phases of construction. There is a little modeling on how that would look like in the record. We don't think that that would be inconsistent with how the standard conditions are written.
Chair Allison Marcy. Have we done that before previously, like little phasing? This usually seems very opaque, sorry, but have we allowed that previously?
Councilmember Grill, thank you for that question. I'll have to confirm. I do believe there are at least some projects that have some financial assurance instruments associated with them.
I'd have to look in the record. So we do have some projects that have been split. And so we talk about Leading Juniper 2A and 2B. Those are two separate site certificates, technically, but they're really operated as one facility. So it kind of depends on how you slice it. We have State Line has two different aspects to it. I can't remember if they have separate bond. Yeah, so they do have separate bonds. So yes, the short answer to your question is yes, we have them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question on that to make sure my understanding is correct. But those are considered separate projects as opposed to phasing of the same project. Is that right?
In my first example, yes, separate projects, separate site certificates. In the second example, which I didn't clarify, the State Line Wind project has two different elements to it. They're not really phases, maybe they're phases, but they have two separate site certificates. So that's, one site certificate, multiple bonds, so two kind of areas or phases.
Thank you.
Councilmember Condon, Councilmember Grill. One thing I might add is that while the kind of phase description is really, suggesting that they're going to build this over time, it's also indicating that their plan is kind of to build 200 megawatt blocks of solar facilities, and then it will likely be split into successor facilities over time. So we've kind of tried to be proactive about facilitating that split, especially with regards to financial assurance, by contemplating that if there's an individual bond for a 200 megawatt block, it can follow a transfer without needing to get a whole new instrument.
And for the record, Todd Cornett, just to be clear, I don't think we have any real sort of practical or theoretical concerns about this. The practical concerns are making sure that if a phase goes into construction and there is a bond or letter of credit, and then another one goes in, and then they have shared facilities. So, to the extent that they are entirely by themselves, all the components, not an issue. If they start to share facility, between those, that's where we just have to be careful that there are no gaps in elements that should the certificate holder, walk away from the facility, for example, and the state is obligated to retire it, we want to make sure all those elements are covered. So that would really be the only practical thing that we'd have to make sure that there are nothing's missing.
Okay, just a follow up on that. I'm just curious, does this one, is this one more reasonable for that accommodation, the wrong word, but because they have defined the project as 200 block, 200 blocks, and so that makes it easy to phase versus other projects that we may have the full, or we require the full retirement financial vehicle to be established. So I guess what I'm a little bit concerned about is future applications asking for this same approach. Not concerned, but I'm wondering if they'd ask for that same, just to avoid the financial cost of a larger bond at the beginning.
I don't think the bond really, ultimately, so I'll give an example, or not a specific, but a generic example. We often get projects that over permit. Or that they come in and they're not sure what the market's going to allow. And so maybe they're not even they don't even have an idea of exactly some phased, but they can only sell so much power. So they only propose to build, a portion of it. We don't require them to submit the full bond or letter of credit at the time that they're beginning construction on a portion of the facility. We only require them to submit the amount of money that is needed to retire that which is being constructed. Now, if they then go to the next sort of phase or section, they would need to upgrade that bond or letter of credit to include that. So from a practical or from a theoretical standpoint, this is really nothing different than we've done with other projects. So again, the big thing is making sure that nothing gets lost, that some shared component, an O&M facility, the battery energy storage, that is either shared amongst the bonds or it's entirely in one versus the other. So that's the kind of thing that we have to be careful about. But this is really nothing theoretically different than we do all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Yeah, and I'll just add to that there are conditions, shared security certificates. Okay, and then the other thing I just kind of wanted to highlight, I'm not going to go through every standard, but I did want to just give a general overview that the findings in the DPO or the facility would really have minimal impacts on some of the resources like protected areas, recreation opportunities, scenic resources, and also would have minimal impacts on fish and wildlife habitat and threatened and endangered species habitat. That's not to say no impacts. There are still standard conditions requiring mitigation of some impacts. But really the underlying reason for all that is that the majority of the land that would be used by the solar facility is currently cultivated. So we'll talk about that quite a bit more during the land use discussion. But I just wanted to highlight that that's kind of the general tone of the DPO. I did want to just make one caveat to that is that the DPO does recommend that there would be impacts to and potentially significant impacts to cultural resources, but that would be mitigated in accordance with a separate agreement that the applicant has entered into with the Confederate Tribes of Indian Reservation. So the department received 28 written comments on the record of the public hearing on the DPO, as well as written comments from the applicant regarding the request for for an exception to statewide planning goal 3, which is the land use, or the land use planning goal for taxing agricultural lands. The applicant and 8 other persons also provided oral testimony at the hearing. And the applicant provided responses to comments on August 29th, 2024 within the council. Again, all those comments are the written comments, and these are provided in your packet. We've prepared these next 2 slides, kind of highlighting what we see as the significant issues raised in the comments. This first slide are things that the department's recommending there's not really further action needed on. So aside from going over them very briefly now, I'm not going to talk about them in more detail. Please do stop me if you have any more questions or down on anything. So a lot of the comments, we're expressing general support for the project. That's including support for the benefits the project would have related to energy goals, economic development, and workforce development benefits. There were also a number of things in support of the agricultural mitigation plan, which I'll bring up again later in this presentation. The county provided comments of support for the noxious weed control plan and the road use agreement that were provided and are attached to the DPO. They also, provided support for the work that the applicant had done with them to develop those plans, and it emphasized the need for state and the department specifically to provide support to enforce weed plans in particular. The department's been working with the county weed program coordinator on this and other projects to help provide that support, but it's an ongoing discussion. And then finally, we got a comment from the operator of the GTM pipeline, which crosses through the proposed site, raising some concerns about impacts to the right-of-way of the pipeline. And I just wanted to highlight that our recommendation there is that those property access issues are really outside of the council's jurisdiction, but that is something we can resolve. Okay, this next set of issues are things I'm going to go over in more detail, but at a high level. We've got one comment raising concerns about the safety of lithium-ion battery technologies that are proposed as one alternative for the battery energy storage system that will be constructed as part of the facility. We got comments from the county requesting or recommending that the department and applicant coordinate with the county emergency planner on the wildfire mitigation plans. Apologies there. We got comments from the county requesting some data reporting associated with the temporary workforce housing plan that the applicant representative would provide to address housing impacts. And then we got comments from the applicant and from the county supporting the economic benefits reason for the land use exception that the DPO recommends the council deny. So I'm going to go over each of these in a little bit more detail, but this is really the scope of the rest of my presentation. So I did just want to take a second to see if there were any areas or issues that the council wanted to discuss. Yes, we're going to have it.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Hines.
Hi, thank you. Christopher, I just wanted to make sure, since we just reviewed some water use issues on some prior projects, that the department will be obtaining water use agreements with whoever Sunstone has stated in their DPO before construction begins. Is that in our condition?
Thank you, Councilmember Hines, yes, and I'll just say, this project is also, would be located within the Butter Creek critical groundwater area. So it does have some of the same issues of water availability as we just heard about. The DPO, does, well, I will say the application, I think, does represent that the certificate holder would obtain water from municipal sources or other licensed sources, and we have recommended conditions of approval in the DPO requiring verification of the sources that are actually used prior to construction, so that we are seeing not only where the state water is coming from, but once they have a more firm commitment or agreement in place, that they give us that evidence so that we.
Very good. Mr. Chair, if I may, just from a kind of a procedural clarification. So where we're at in the process, Chris went over it. Staff has done an evaluation of the application and put together our recommendations, findings of fact, conclusions of law, conditions of approval. This is our recommendation. We had a public hearing, we got comments. And so based upon the comments by public, the comments by the applicant, the comments by council, we can make changes to the proposed order. But I just want to clarify that point. And so this kind of Councilmember Imes goes to your point. If there's anything that Chris is not bringing up and that you don't raise here and or either request or direct us to make changes, we can't make those changes between the draft proposed order and the proposed order. So that's what the process is about, is to seek input. So on the state of water issue, for example, if you feel based on the last conversation, there is inadequate findings or conditions, we would want you to direct us to make, certain changes. That coming out of, from council during this process gives us that authority to make those changes. We don't have that authority by ourselves because, again, our recommendation is from the draft proposed order, and then our ability is to make changes based on comments only. We can't just say, oh, we missed something, and so we can just do it on our own. So that's why I just want to make sure that it's very clear for council that if there are any issues that Chris hasn't brought up, such as the water issue, we really want your input at this point.
Thank you, Secretary Cornett. Yes, the reason I brought up the water use agreements is because I strongly feel that it's important for the department to have documentation of a legal document stating where the water will be coming from, and that it's approved, right? Now, should the water, I can't remember the acronym for the water resources department, you can correct me on that, please. But the other agency that is part of, maintaining and regulating water use should be, there should be some coordination there probably with the water use agreements. That would be my recommendation. So I'll just leave it at that for this issue. I do have some other issues, but if any other council members have anything to weigh in on that.
So,
I just, to your point, I know that I understand clearly what our expectations are, but I wanted to be crystal clear that mistakes happen. I get at work in construction, I deal with it every day. But I want to be clear that even with our sister agencies' support, our obligation, we're very clear about what our obligation is for. So I expect to go back and look at the organizational expertise and making sure that the training and the communication and the idea that you will be held accountable. We are not mitigating or eliminating or reducing or redacting or pick any verb, that you will be held accountable to uphold what you committed to doing. And if you cannot uphold that commitment, then we need to know that if something is going on.
I understand very clearly we have a shortage of trained workers and skilled workers. We can go through all the excuses, but I am still deeply bothered by that. So that's my overall thing, just in a communication that we are going to be monitoring, watching, that we have our compliance officers, we have, and you doing your role, and we're here to fulfill our role. So it's just my overarching, I don't know how to jam that in there, but that is a concern that's not gonna be eliminated anytime.
Any other comments or questions at this point? Councilor Condon.
Thank you. I just have a question that might be helpful if we went to the water, right, and just made sure that, took a look at them.
What's to bring up the draft proposed order?
Yeah.
To look at
The actual.
the conditions.
And yeah, the conditions, the language of the conditions, and just make sure, when I reviewed them, I thought, okay, yep, they're showing some evidence. I'm not sure how it follows through from pre-construction to construction, whatever, but it would be helpful. We did cover a lot of ground this earlier, so.
Yeah, I know we can't do that. How complicated is that? Need to.
So ask Nancy, is it easier for you to share or would you? I can. Yeah, let me join the WebEx.
Yeah, and while Chris is doing that, I think, if that's something the council wants to see on any of, the particular standards, please let us know, because, again, that's the value. We want to summarize these things and bring them up so you can kind of evaluate them. But if you want to see the language in context as it's recommended in the draft proposed order, whether it's finding or condition, that's easy enough on any one of these things once we get the draft proposed order up.
Yeah, and I just thought that what we have here was developed before we had the conversation today, which was pretty involved. So, thank you.
Did you get her? Okay. We could take a recess. Lunch recess behind us.
Yeah, if you want to take
A 10-minute?
15, grab lunch and come back.
That's a great idea. Let's do that. We'll take Ready, Nancy? It's noon, and I'm bringing the Energy Facility Study Council back to order. See, we've got a quorum. So, Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, council members, for your patience with the technical issue. So we were discussing the recommendation approval related to water rights. Put that in front of your screen now. I believe this is page 241 of the draft proposed order. So, are we all here? Can you hear me okay? Excellent. Okay, so, recommended water rights condition 1 would require that the applicant, prior to construction of the facility or any phase of construction, identify their needs and estimate their daily and annual water demand for each construction phase. So basically tell us how much water they think they're going to need, and then provide the agreements or other documents demonstrating that they have secured an adequate and legal source of water that meets that demand. And then water rights condition 2 would require that the applicant or then certificate holder use the site certificate amendment process if it determines that it will need to retain its own water right or water rights transfer. And then recommended water rights conditions 3 and 4 are really designed to ensure that any exempt well constructed or drilled in association with the proposed O&M buildings are also compliant with the laws and rules of the Oregon Water Resources Department. Specifically that they give us the required well logs and other information documenting that the new well qualifies for an exemption. And we are looking for specific records or documentations to verify that water use is less than the 5,000 gallons of groundwater per day that is allowed to be used for this kind of use. Let me know if you want to look at any thoughts or recommendations on the specific.
Thank you. I'm not familiar with that's what I'm daily with, but so what I'm reading is that pre-construction, they need to identify a source. Then when you get into construction, so that could be 3 years before they start construction. Essentially, right? I mean, anytime during that pre-construction timeframe. So now before they start construction, now we go to condition 2. And now the department will get a document that says, yes, we have the water. We have the water right. Is that, I just want to make sure, there's nothing that says you shall, submit to the department this. So I just want to make sure I understand what condition 2 is.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Yeah, so all condition 2 is basically saying is if the certificate holder applicant, which would then be the certificate holder, decides that instead of getting their construction water from a municipal source or another licensed source, and then they're going to pursue their own water right, which I'd say is probably unlikely given the location of this facility, that they would need to address that through a statute. If one and maybe for asking is if these conditions require ongoing demonstration that not only did they secure the water from a legal source, but they actually use that source. That's something I think maybe that is a potential gap that we can look at tightening out.
Thank you. And I guess the other gap I see is that we have the precondition, yes, we think we're going to have water, but then what's the submission that we do have water? I mean, if it said you shall submit evidence of authorization or kind of like what we saw earlier today. And I don't know if that's a miss for me, for just me, or whether it would clarify that, pre-construction is different than construction. You do now have water to do your construction.
So Councilmember, Well, one thing I was just gonna say is that what we get in the application is a letter from a water source saying, yeah, if you want to buy it, we'll sell it to you. And what we're asking for in condition 1, so section B, is and we would assume that they would act on that contract instead of going somewhere else, but we're not explicitly asking for proof that afterwards that the water came from that source. So we're looking for, yes, we bought the water that we said we were gonna buy, if that makes sense.
So it is an actual agreement from a source that says you will have to be able to have this water when you start construction.
That's
Secretary Burnett?
A little bit different sort of response, but say, I heard you say, or intimate that there could be long gap of time between pre-construction and construction. The reality is that doesn't happen. If anybody's gonna go into construction, they're gonna initiate the pre-construction conditions. They can be quite extensive, and take, a fair amount of time. So developers won't say, go through the pre-construction requirements and then wait 3 years to go into construction. It is fairly seamless in terms of, whatever phase they meet their pre-construction conditions and then they go into construction pretty quickly after that. So that was the only thing I was responding to, because I heard you say that. I just want to make sure that even kind of practically, that doesn't really work that way.
No, I was just thinking, my understanding is that they have to start construction in 3 years. And so there is a 3-year, they might be going for the water right in that first year, leaving something of a gap right before they start construction.
Yeah, but that's not typically how it works.
Okay.
Because again, if there's not the whatever power purchase agreement or financing or supplies to build it, they're not going to do the work to meet all the pre-construction conditions. So they're going to, once they know that they actually can construct a facility, that's when they initiate the pre-construction conditions. So there really isn't, a significant gap of time between meeting pre-construction conditions and going into construction, for a particular, phase or the entire facility. It all kind of rolls from one into the other.
Okay.
That's not getting to the question that you're asking about, do we have proper validation and is it the right source? I think those are all, it's a little bit of an aside, but I just wanted to kind of clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hines?
Yes, thank you, Chair Howe. I guess for condition 1, I just wanted to verify that we are requiring a documentation of the source of where they're obtaining their water, for our records, right? For our clarification and to know specifically where they're getting their water and that they have approval for that. And so looking at condition 1, it does say prior to construction. But does it really say that there will be a required documentation? It says provide experts of agreements or similar conveyance. So maybe that might need to be looked at and updated.
Thank you, Councilmember. So I just want to confirm that I think what the direction I'm hearing from the council and from the councilmember, so please correct me if I'm not getting this direction from the council as a whole, but is that we do want, extra clarity that what we're looking for is proof that they've secured the water they need for construction before they start construction. And I think if that is the direction we can give this another review internally and run it by your legal counsel as well to make sure it is meeting that intent.
Right, and I think based on the way this conversation has been evolving, I think we're looking for not just proof that you secured the water, but then when you're actually using the water, you're using the water from the source you told us you were going to use it from. So I think that would require a slight supplementation of this condition. Is that accurate? Is that all council members agree that you're looking for that?
Do I see head nods from the rest of the council?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not sure about Councilor Devlin.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you got that one. Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of validate, this is exactly the type of, thing that we're looking for with the council's review of the DPO. And again, being able to look at, either conceptual ideas and providing direction or for very specific language and say, well, you mostly got it right, but we're not quite as comfortable and we want you to do a little bit more. And I think that's where we're at with condition 1, so yeah, this is exactly what we're looking for with the council's review. So thanks for that. Thanks for the thoughtful evaluation and conversation.
Councilor Cumming, for the record, and I just want to confirm, for this project, because it is identified in stages, it is just the first stage that would be evaluated for condition 1, or they have the ability to just identify water resource for a phase.
And I guess I'll rephrase that. They would need to do this before starting each phase.
Yes.
So if they decided to do it all at once, they would need to provide documentation for the entirety. If they're saying we're really only using 2 phases, they could just say, this is how much water we need for 2 phases. Here's our proof, but they can't start construction in 3 until they've met the condition again.
That they could do it. It's water needed for, the first 200, then the second 200, and that's their ability to be flexible.
Yes.
Thank you.
How?
Yes, Councilor Meyer.
To Vice Chair Condon's point, do we need to be more explicit, maybe somewhere up front in this document, as opposed to for each condition, that these pre-construction conditions apply to each construction phase? I don't know if there's an umbrella statement that can be included in the document, but I think it's important to be pretty explicit that the pre-construction elements and construction elements apply at each project phase. And it may be feeling like we're being beating a dead horse, but making it very clear that these conditions don't go away just after construction of phase 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Byers. There is a preamble in the site certificate itself that kind of explains how these pre-construction conditions are intended to apply to phases. I can pull that up now if you want to look at it, or I think we're hearing the direction that you want to make sure that that's crystal clear, and I can make a note that we give that extra review.
This is Patrick Rodeo.
Thank you.
I want to make sure that I'm sure I've seen that language before, Chris, but we've had an issue previously where people have said you have to comply with all of the pre-construction conditions before you do anything. And the department's position on that has consistently been the certificate holder must comply with the pre-construction conditions that apply to that phase of the work that they're doing. So I just want to make sure that council understands that there may be pre-construction conditions that don't apply to a given phase.
Sure, Hal. Thank you for that clarification. And just so we're explicit in the site certificate that it's the council's intent that certain pre-construction conditions apply, and then when they don't apply. But I think it's important to kind of spell that out where appropriate.
Chris is looking for that. Yeah, I would say that's the intent. That's how these conditions are written right now. So Chris is looking for the preamble, which basically describes what the applicant's intent is to build the project in phases. And then if you look at each of the conditions, the ones that are sort of applicable say that, prior to construction of the facility or phase of the facility. But that's the point of putting that language in. So it triggers every time, so that if they come in for phase one, that condition applies. A year later, if they come in for phase two, that condition also applies. So it's not, meant to be just, one and done. It is every time it gets triggered. So that is how they're designed right now. And that's how we've been doing that for some time and have implemented it for some time.
Thank you. I just, this is the first one we've had with this many phases, so it's appropriate for us to think about that. Thanks.
No, and absolutely, certainly important to be careful, and what we think is sort of clear may not be as clear as we think it is. So definitely appreciate the conversation.
Okay, well, I will be honest, I'm not finding the language right now, so if you do want to look at it, I can keep looking, but I think we have clear directions. So, yeah, I think you got the direction.
Yeah, and this is where it's important, where we've heard you, and that'll give us the opportunity to look through this. And if it isn't clear as we think it is, based on your direction, we can make those changes.
So I'll Nancy bring us back to the presentation, unless there's further discussion on that issue. Okay, and then I'll just, was there anything else besides these words?
Yeah, this is kind of on goal 3 exception process. I was interested in teasing out a little bit more for the purposes of consistency. We have the wagon trail that we did this morning, and now this one, and can you provide us with a little bit of comparison between the two to make sure that there's a consistency argument we can make?
Yes, and that is actually something I think okay, we can get there. And I'll just note, I made some slides so we can get into the weeds. I think that
yeah, that sounds good. It's kind of evolving here.
Okay, so to get back to these issues, if you could go to the next slide. So we got a comment raising concerns about the potential use of lithium-ion battery technology for the proposed battery energy storage system. The comment provides some anecdotal evidence, mostly in the form of news stories, some video excerpts regarding things like flammability, toxicity, and recyclability of lithium-ion components compared to other battery chemistries, and recommends that energy storage systems that are non-flammable and don't pose the same risks is a priority in the council's decision-making process. The other, the BESS or the DPO and the application contemplate use of either lithium-ion or a zinc-based battery technology for the proposals. These are really specific to ion technologies and those dangers. Go to the next slide, please. So our recommendations on this are that it really requires an applicant to demonstrate that proposed facility components comply with council standards. Not technically, not generally technologically specific or technology specific. So in this case, the applicant has proposed to use either technology we've reviewed both technologies. We've also reviewed the comments and the content of those comments and didn't see anything that we didn't previously evaluate regarding lithium-ion batteries. They do raise, valid safety concerns, but we believe those are adequately addressed by existing standards and conditions of approval. We did, I did look through some of the attached published literature that was provided in the comments. One thing that kind of came up is just that some lithium-ion battery designs have different ways that first responders should respond to them. Some of them water can make it worse. Some of them some of them doors closed to prevent off-gassing or venting. Some of them have venting built in. So we believe that some very minor modifications to the draft operational wildfire mitigation plan may be warranted, mostly just to ensure that first responders are trained on how to appropriately respond to a fire at a battery energy storage component. If the fire occurs, and that would take place during an annual training that's already part of the plan. So it's more specificity to what needs to be covered.
Excuse me, Chair Howell. Without being in the weeds, when you say annual training, I was just asked to make sure whatever onboarding they do, orientation, whatever, because I think sometimes people get, we've done it this year, and you continue changing out people. So I don't know, the whole training thing, I'm like really upset with today. But just be cautionary of saying annual, so people don't think I don't have to do it once.
And yes, for this specific training, it is an annual training. It is very specific about that. It's not ended as to what they have to do to prove that they gave that. So that's something we talk about. And there are other trainings that don't have that same.
Councilmember Hudson.
Chair Howe. Thank you, Chair Howe. I wanted to bring up also the importance of the pre-construction meetings that they have with first responders, both fire and law enforcement. It was brought to my attention recently, a local incident had happened at an energy facility site, and dispatch was called, 911 was called, and the law enforcement responders could not find the laydown yard where this was occurring. Took them 2 hours to find the location. So I strongly advise that there be language in our pre-construction requirements again for having a site facility plan, a final site plan for the first responders. And of course we talk about training and how important that is, but it's also a communication issue that keeps coming up. So wanted to make sure that was part of the discussion today for the wildfire, but also public services, the law enforcement piece. And I was glad to see that the emergency manager was also looped in. The emergency managers for both Umatilla County and Morrow County would be recommended, because Umatilla County actually has more capacity to respond to a significant issue, whether it's a fire, mainly fire. They have the resources more than Morrow County does.
Thank you, Councilmember. That's actually a great segue into the next issue. Thank you. Next slide. Yeah, so we we are requiring construction and operational wildfire mitigation plans. So the battery energy storage system is really an operational issue. That's once batteries are there and in place, you know, how does somebody respond to a fire there? We are looking at a construction operation plan to also address incidents that may occur during construction, and those plans do already provide the applicant needs to collaborate with county emergency management officials and rural fire protection districts. I don't believe that we have specified that the Umatilla County emergency manager needs to be consulted. I can also say we've been consulting with Moore County's emergency manager. So I can definitely put in a call to see, I mean, to at least start that conversation. I don't know if we'll be able to get their full feedback right now, but we can make sure that's happening before construction. And so if you could go to the next slide, I'll just skip ahead and say that we did, based on county recommendations, that there was more coordination and collaboration before construction. We just went ahead and sent the plans to the Morrow County emergency manager, got his review. His comments were mostly recommending that areas where hazardous materials are stored are clearly labeled and placarded, so that responders can act accordingly or act appropriately if there's a fire where there might also be hazardous materials. We're recommending modifications to both plans. To do that, we can also really look to tighten up other mapping to make sure that those hazard areas are clearly labeled, that access points and facility components are clearly labeled. And similarly with the operational plan, we'll want a full map included, and that any hazard areas, including battery storage components as well, would be labeled so that when first responders show up at the site, they have a good sense of where they're supposed to go and how to respond to things. Is there anything else on wildfire before I move on from that topic? Okay. So this is probably a quicker issue, maybe, but so the applicant has estimated that with this phased approach and a maximum build out, there would be about 700 workers at the site each day during construction on average, and then 950 workers per day during peak construction periods. That also means that that number of workers would be coming into the community, probably from other areas. The public services analysis in the application assumes zero local hiring, although I think you heard during the hearing and the comments that the applicant, aside from the assumptions used for these impact analysis, does value local hiring and has its programs. Those are something that are somewhat outside of the council's role, so not fully addressed by us in the DPO. But the assuming 100% of workers are coming from other areas, it is likely that there wouldn't be enough housing in Morrow County to accommodate all the workers. The applicant has proposed to develop, to take several measures to mitigate housing options, and that's mainly having a plan to help connect incoming temporary workers that are in the community temporarily with housing options that minimize impact on the overall housing supply. Recommended public services conditions 3 and 4 would require submittal of a temporary housing plan prior to construction that identifies strategies to minimize those housing impacts, and then include reporting on the outcomes of the plan during their annual construction or semi-annual construction reporting. And I'll just give the rest of this, and then I see Councilmember Adams has a comment. So we got a comment from the county specifically asking for data on the outcomes, on the housing outcomes that result from this plan, specifically where boat workers end up staying and what types of housing they end up staying in. The applicants responded that it's supportive of that recommendation, as long as any data report can be reported in aggregate to protect worker privacy. So we won't be knowing where individual workers are staying, but more X number of workers staying here and X number of workers staying in. And so since that was agreed to by the applicant and it's consistent with representations in the application, we are recommending modifying the condition as requested.
Councilor Byer, or I'm sorry, Councilor Hines.
Thank you. I did review this section of the DPO and noticed, I'm not sure where, which particular condition, because there was a few, but they get pretty specific about organizations in the area that they are going to be coordinating with and collaborating with in their housing efforts. And I would like to see Lexington's Community Development Group be added to that, and the IOWN Development Group. And I asked that because I noticed several other nonprofits in the area were put into the record there. And I think it would be important if they're going to have a collaborative discussion, that all areas of the, close to the site be included.
Thank you, Councilmember Imes. I can pull up that condition language if it'd be helpful, but I can just say, generally what the condition includes is a non-exhaustive, non-mandatory list of housing related agencies or organizations. So I don't think that there's a substantive impact with adding those other specific organizations to that. I do just want to clarify that adding those to a list that says, such as, doesn't require them to consult with each agency on the list. It's more meant to be a set of examples. So if that's a change that the council would want to see to make that mandatory, we would want that direction from you more explicitly. Otherwise, I think that adding those specific organizations to that list is something that we can do, and we can definitely get those specific recommendations from you after this reading the article.
Thank you. I just think for the reporting purposes and the data, it would be helpful to make sure, that they are covering the whole area.
Yeah, well, Councilmember Imes, I think we've heard the direction. I think we can add that additional specificity to the list in the condition. And yeah, I think that's great, unless the council wants to provide some other direction. Okay. Okay, so the other issue on my list to talk about is the land use exception. This is a pretty big and involved topic, so forgive me for going over a little bit more background information, but as you all know, this facility would use up to 9,442 acres of exclusive farm use land, and virtually all of that land is currently used for dry land wheat production. As a result, the applicant would need an exception to statewide land use planning goal 3 to data land use approval, and has the council authorization of that exception. You can see on the map on this, I'll just show that the areas in yellow are areas that are currently cultivated. The areas with the blue hashing that's a little darker are areas that are the authorized use of a water right. Those areas are considered farmland for the purposes of determining the acreage thresholds for when a exception is required. This being a council jurisdictional facility, we're way over those thresholds, regardless of the high quality farmland. And you can see that the areas that aren't cultivated within the site boundary are really in Sand Hollow, which will not be, is not requested or permitted for solar components. So those areas are mostly excluded from development. I can get the next slide, please. So as you all know, the council may find goal compliance for a facility that doesn't otherwise comply with the statewide planning goal. In this case, it would be the acreage thresholds for solar facilities on arable and high value farmland. By taking an exception to the applicable goal, if the council finds that reasons justified by the state policy embodied in the applicable goal should not apply. 2, that the significant environmental, economic, social, and energy consequences anticipated as a result of the proposed facility have been identified and mitigated in accordance with the rules of the council. And 3, that the proposed facility is compatible with other adjacent uses or will be made compatible through measures designed to reduce adverse impacts. So we often talk about that first prong, the reasons. Most when we are looking at these kinds of exceptions, I just wanted to refresh you that there are three prongs to this test that have to be satisfied. You could go to the next slide. For the reasons exception, the applicant proposed 6 different reasons. Those are briefly locational dependence on existing energy infrastructure and transportation infrastructure. 2, the location on water challenged land, particularly associated with Butter Creek critical groundwater area. 3, the preservation of water supply in the critical groundwater area. 4, the creation of local economic benefit and mitigation of economic impacts to the local agricultural economy through the agricultural mitigation plan. The minimal impacts to other resources protected by council standards, and responsiveness to important state and county goals and priorities. The reasons that are bolded on this slide are the reasons we believe are supported, and the council, or these are the reasons that the DPO recommends that the council rely on as reasons that justify an exception to statewide annual 3. DPO recommends that the council reject the other reasons, and if you can go to the next slide. You can see that, so yeah, so reasons: locational dependence, water challenge lands, and minimal impacts to other resources are the reasons that the DPO recommends justify taking an exception to goal 3. And what's in the DPO is that all other reasons be rejected, but that the council finds specifically that the agricultural mitigation plan under reason 4, the local economic benefit reason, can be relied upon as a reason, or not be relied upon for a reason, but to support a finding that the important adverse economic impacts of the facility on the local agricultural economy would be sufficiently mitigated under that second prong of the test that I just showed. You could go to the next slide. So in their comments, and kind of what to dig into what was in the request a little bit more. The application acknowledges that the removal of 9,000 acres will result in some adverse and direct impacts to the local and cultural economy. They're proposing to mitigate these impacts by contributing about $1,200 per acre of land occupied by the facility to an agricultural mitigation fund that would be administered by the county. There's a document that's attached to, I think, both the DPO, but definitely their exhibit explaining the governance and operation of that fund. And so given that scheme, if they were to build the entire facility, the contribution to that agricultural mitigation fund would be approximately $11.08 million in 2023 dollars. And then just as an extra point, as was sort of talked about earlier in your meeting today, there was an Econ Northwest study provided to support requests that model both the impacts of the proposed facility and the benefits of the potential contributions to the agricultural mitigation fund. And that modeling suggesting that the benefits of each dollar invested in the agricultural mitigation fund would exceed the contributions. And so by providing an amount that fully offsets the full impact of the facility, they would actually be creating a net benefit with these contributions. It's the next slide. So in their comments on the DPO, the county and the applicant, or the applicant and the county, I should say, disagreed with the recommended denial of the economic benefits reasons, and they really provided two arguments in their comments. The first argument was that the facility will result in a net economic benefit, including a net economic benefit to the local agricultural economy, based on the information in the record that I was just talking about. And then the second argument that they made was that the denial of the economic benefits reason is inconsistent with other council decisions. So that's their argument. Next slide, please. Under that first argument, they pointed to the evidence in the application about job creation, local tax revenue generation, and lease payments, as well as the supply of clean energy to support commercial and industrial uses as economic benefits that would be generated by this facility. I want to just point out that those sorts of things were also what a lot of the support comments were highlighting. The applicant and county also disagreed that there wasn't sufficient evidence linking those general benefits to the agricultural economy. If I could get the next slide. The applicant also argued, in addition to those general benefits, that the proposed benefits from contributions to the agricultural mitigation fund would exceed impacts and would represent, as a result, a net benefit to the agricultural economy, and that those contributions and the programs or interventions funded by the agricultural mitigation fund would improve long-term viability and resilience of the county's wheat farms and supporting organizations. So next slide, please. I'll spend less time on this, but on the consistency with other council decisions, the applicant and county cited 2021 department memo, final orders on Obsidian and Nolan Hills, and then as the proposed order on the Ryan solar project that we discussed today. I can get into what these contain a little bit more if you want, but I think what's more relevant is on the next slide. And that's what our recommendations are now are that consistent with the final order on the ASC for Madras and other subsequent orders the council's issued, we're recommending that you maintain rejection of those general economic benefits, specifically the benefits related to job creation, revenue generation, lease payments, as a reason for an exception to goal 3, I think there's a lot of council findings on the books already as to why those haven't been relied upon to support a goal exception. And then we are recommending, after having considered the Econ Northwest report and the comments more carefully, that the council reverse the decision in the DPO and find that the evidence in the record does support the economic benefits from the agricultural mitigation plan would exceed the negative impacts and would therefore result in a net economic benefit, which can be relied upon as a reason to support the goal exception and the goal economic benefits reason. So it's a lot of words, but to recap, we're saying job creation, lease payments, and revenue still recommend denial based on that, but based on the net benefits of the agricultural mitigation plan, we grant that addition. We recommend that you grant that additional reason. That's the high level version. I am prepared to talk about the analysis and other things. Chair Howe, you did ask whether this would be consistent with the decision earlier today. We believe it would. This same pattern of denying the general economic benefits, but granting a reason based on net benefits of an agricultural mitigation plan, specifically related to payments to a mitigation fund that would fund similar projects. That is, I think, what was in the recommendations for the final order. And again, I think that the differences in the amount, I'm not as familiar with what's in the Wagon Trail economic modeling, but if you want me to explain how they got to the numbers they got to, Sunset.
I think that's fine. This is Kent. What, Kent, is it easy to pull up? I don't remember what per acre value of impact was on the Wagon Trail. This one was 1,700 wasn't it, per acre?
Well, 1,179.
Well, I'm just kind of wondering ballpark, and if it is, and I think it's consistent.
I can say my understanding is that the underlying annual impact per acre that is directly tied to the loss of revenue from wheat leasable is both in the $50 range. I don't know what their, so again, I don't know what their total number is. The $1,179 per acre represents that $50 per year impact spread over the 40-year design of the facility and then discounted based on kind of a time preference of money idea, like a negative interest rate almost, so that when you take the payments from that, the losses from each 40 years, kind of looking at that discounting, you get to 11%.
I see $56 per acre, but that's one.
But that's compared to the $50.
Yeah, I believe
very consistent.
Yeah, and again, that's what was modeled as indirect impacts that would result from the productivity.
Okay, so what you're saying then is Wagon Trail was 56 for wheat. That's a loss of production per acre value that translated to, don't know what that is yet, but then the Sunstone was $50 an acre of loss of wheat production that translated to the 1179.
Right, yeah, and that is the $51 impact is their annual, what they projected as an annual impact. That they, right, spread across the 40-year life of the facility. And then for Wagon Trail, it was a $56 per acre annual impact. And they came out with, I think it's cool.
Yeah, and I get that because that's the acreage difference multiplier. So that's, I'm understanding all that just fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that, I think the consistency issue is over around $50, $50 to $55 was the cost of the loss of the wheat production. And that's the basis for the multiplier, the acres, as well as Echo Northwest over the 40-year lifetime calculating that economic benefit.
Yeah, and I don't want to get too far out on the limb here, but my understanding is really that the methods and conclusions regarding the magnitude of the impact per acre were very, very similar. You know, and then the difference is really what do you do about it? And I just think the map and what was credited for, if I remember correctly, and I will apologize if I'm getting this wrong, is that the Wagon Trail team looked at some of the additional spending they would be doing associated with the project, associated with vendors that would also be involved in the agricultural economy and spraying, and they had to kind of into account when they were coming to that total valuation and what their mitigation obligation would be, whereas I believe the Sun 17 kind of just looked at the impact and projected it out and proposed to make a contribution equal to that total without modification.
Okay. Or how?
Councilor Byer.
So thank you, Chris, for taking all these comments to heart. I think you've done a good job outlining our slightly different approach here. I think we want to make it crystal clear that the Agricultural Mitigation Fund is indeed a reason to grant the exception because it explicitly addresses those impacts to the agricultural production that's being affected, but also that the other general social benefits, the tax revenue, the job creation, are still included in the economic, social, environmental, energy assessment. We aren't ignoring those benefits. They're just not part of the reasons. But I think that I feel really comfortable about how the council is being directed or recommended to deal with these two different benefits. And I think that the Agricultural Mitigation Fund is a good Goal 3 exception. I also want to thank you for fully addressing the reason regarding the lack of irrigation rights. I was confused because there were some valid water rights within that area, but it's clear that those rights really truly can't be exercised. So I'm very comfortable with that reasons exception as well. So thank you. Oh, the other thing I would like to add as part of the discussion is that Chair Howe did a great job describing findings regarding the Goal 3 exception, and to the extent that those can be incorporated into this document, I think he did a great job outlining things. Thank you.
Secretary Cornett.
So thank you, Councilmember Byer. And I would just request, since Councilmember Byer asked that we include what you read into the record for Wagon Trail, which I believe you probably have in front of you. We have the recording, but it'd be helpful to have that actual document. So if we could get that for you, that would be, I think, helpful.
Chairman.
Councilman Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question for either Todd or legal counsel. I don't know how many exceptions to goal 3 we have made before, but have we ever made one that has been challenged in court where the Supreme Court has rendered a decision?
I can answer that. So for the record, Todd Cornett, the short answer, no. Nobody's challenged any of the goal exceptions that we've had on solar projects thus far.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is the rest of the council kind of comfortable with learning that comparison that were consistent between Wyman Trail and Sunstone?
Yes. Actually, up until last night, I was still not seeing the local economic benefit other than the money. I guess what I struggle with is, and the money in this one is so much more than the wagon trail project, that does it become, I just think we're going to get a lot more of these. And if you could remind me the mitigation fund and how it's, who's in charge or who's in control of making decisions and ensuring that they're agricultural. Can you just provide some deeper information in that?
Thank you, Councilmember Professor Condon. Yeah, and Nancy, if you could pull up my bonus slide, I think it's slide 103. So while Nancy's pulling that up, start to say that the general scheme is that the applicant will be defining the contribution amount based on final design of the facility. Likewise, if it starts with one phase and they add more, they would be making an additional contribution based on the acreage impact. The money goes to a fund that is the financial oversight and administration is provided by the county. It would be in the county's hands, but the decisions on how to spend the money would be made by an advisory committee. I don't have the exact composition of that committee at top of mind, but it is included in the attachment to the DPO that has this agreement. But generally, it's I think representatives from Soil and Water, representatives from our kind of grain growers who would be the most impacted organization. And then I believe there are 2 SEC appointees that would also be put on that committee representing kind of statewide interest in agriculture and wheat farming. That committee would basically look at grant proposals or decide to fund specific programs or proposals and how to allocate that money. So it would be a technical expert committee deciding how the money gets spent. And if you could go, I think it's one more slide or a couple more slides. Just say that. Casey wanted one more. Yeah. Okay. Great. So the projects haven't been defined, but what was modeled in the economic analysis are 3 different interventions that are, likely programs that they think they would fund. One of those is purchase, like a cost share purchase of precision weed management equipment. Weedits, where they paid 50% of the cost for a farmer to get this device that goes out and targets weeds, and that would increase grain productivity by doing better weed management and also lower costs of inputs. And their kind of argument is that farmers don't have the upfront capital to carry the full cost of this thing, but they got a lot of feedback that it was something that farmers would be interested in having. They just couldn't afford the full cost by themselves. So this would be like a grant program for that. And then the two other programs that were modeled would be upgrades to the grain facility and or construction of a new grain facility. And the idea there is that a big constraint to marketing grain or cost is that the trucks kind of line up at the current grain elevator, and because of their old facility, it just takes a long time to offload the grain. Farmers have to pay for the truck drivers, they have to pay for that time. And so this would speed things up, make the process more smooth and efficient, and generate benefits, like long-term benefits in that way. But other programs or interventions could be proposed for that money. But the way that the agreement is structured is that they would have to have some direct benefit to dryland farming and wheat farming. So it can't just be used for general purposes or even general agricultural purposes. It really needs to be targeted towards the sector of the economy that would be impacted by this facility.
Thank you. And I do think the county certainly is appropriate. I'm certainly, I think FSEC, because we're considering and approving it if we do, that it is important that we have representation on it. And I guess I see a changing landscape in the future. And you know, we're looking at bigger and bigger projects, and as dryland we come out. You know, will it make sense 10 years from now? And that is a concern of mine. That you know, money is paid to get a project done, which may be very, very good. In Wagon Trail, very different. Of course, these are certainly being considered uses of the fund. Wagon Trail was very specific about what they were going to do, and that gave me a little bit more, I guess, comfort in, hey, this is what it's going to be used for. And so I do struggle with people thinking that, okay, we can just pay to play here. If agricultural land is something we're trying to protect under our land use standards. So just to comment on anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Anand, and I guess if I can opine as an analyst, give my personal opinion. I think this is the department's recommendation, and it's the right recommendation. I will say, you know, there might be diminishing returns to this sort of thing. You can only throw so much money at a diminishing land base and still have the same impact. So I think it's really positive. It's not a case of basis, just saying a precedent that you can make look at each time. Great. That was the end of my presentation. So I'm available for the council if you have any other questions. Otherwise, I'll conclude.
Any final questions or comments before we move to the next item? Okay. Secretary Cornett.
So just again, procedurally, you know, we're still in draft proposed order phase. We're going to take all these comments and make changes in the proposed order. If there's anything individual council members or all council members would like to see, you know, changes to conditions before we issue the proposed order, we can certainly share those with you as well to make sure that we capture what you're interested in. We don't have to if you're, you know, if you're okay, you gave the direction, you heard it, we certainly have it on the record. That's our intent, is to move forward and do, you know, what we heard, you know, from you today. And obviously we'll evaluate all the other comments very carefully and make any potential changes that we think are necessary. But again, because there were some things, if anybody's interested in actually seeing that kind of red line before we issue the proposed order to make sure that we capture what what you articulated, we can do that. It is your choice.
Sure. I would like to see the red line version. Absolutely. Are you talking about right now, Todd, or in
No,
later?
we haven't done that yet.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
in the next couple of weeks, as we go through, and analyze these, determine exactly what the proposed, language change would be. We're probably a couple weeks out before we'd be ready to share anything. But again, if you're interested in seeing the entire thing before it goes out, or just, certain parts of it, we can certainly do that.
Yes, please. And
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, we can just generally send it to, all council members individually. And so we'll just, send out individual, emails with the attachment, and then you can take a look and then provide your comments individually back to us.
Thank you. And just given our process, I'm presuming that feedback is better before the proposed order is issued. If we can, yeah. And so
Yeah,
I would like to.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of the point, is trying to get, we have certain phases in the process, and we built in a couple other ones, such as during the draft proposed order hearing, we built in time frame, even though it's not articulated in statute or rule, but an opportunity for council to provide comments while the record is still open. We think that's important because that affords the applicant or certificate holder the opportunity to respond while the record is still open. So that's an important opportunity for them. I think this is a good opportunity because, again, when you're looking at the, proposed order, evaluating it for a final order, you still may have thoughts and ideas, but if we can resolve those earlier on, that is everybody's preference. So, and this doesn't take much for us to do this. And again, we just, we can't do it, in a quorum sort of fashion. We'll do it individually and ask that you respond to us individually.
I have confidence in staff's ability to take their comments and put them down, but it would be nice to have that opportunity to review as we go into the story.
Okay. Thanks again, Mr. Clark. Very well done. Next item is a contested case rulemaking final decision. It's an action item. Tom Jackman, the rules coordinator, will be leading us through.
All right, so my name is Thomas Jackman, and I am the rules coordinator for the council. And we are here today to discuss the potential adoption by council of the contested case rulemaking proposed rules, which have been in development now for, I don't know, a little bit less than a year. We started a little late last year. So we're going to go through the background a little bit, and then I'm going to put it to council whether or not you want me to review the rulemaking language. I'm going to review all the changes from the previous draft, but in this presentation, I kept the slides in that sort of are the overview of what this rulemaking is about. It's unchanged from when I presented it to you last council meeting where I discussed this rulemaking. So if you want me to go through it, you have some questions about it or refresh your recollection, I'm happy to go through it all. But we can also just go straight to essentially the comments that we received and the feed and the directions. So, thoughts about that?
That's the pleasure of the council. Go through the details or the comments, mainly just the comments.
Comments.
Councilor Devlin.
Comments.
Oh, comments.
Read the details.
Comments?
comments.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I don't remember what slide number that is, but yeah, go ahead and just, we're here at the end, the adoption of permanent rules. And this is all stuff that I presented at the last council meeting. So, yeah, you can go ahead. This is just an overview of the objectives of the rulemaking, what we set out to do, some reorganization, switching to the OAH model rules from the general model rules from DOJ, to supplement council's rules, which we're also amending today. We try to improve the consistency of the rules. Keep going. The clarity of the rules and also the efficiency of the rules. So, go ahead, keep going.
So,
yeah.
And just as a reminder, all of this was already previously gone over.
Yeah.
So this was at a prior which council meeting? Yeah, whichever one it was. All of this you had already gone through. So really, all Tom's going to be talking about is because we did a renotice after this, after you got all over this, issued a renotice. It's just the comments that came in after that renoticing.
So yeah, this is the first time in my 2 years that we've done a second notice of proposal rulemaking. So haven't really been in the situation where we're sort of sitting down at the end of the second public comment period. And so yeah, here we are now in the review of the public comments. So yeah, so let's get into it. So we, just as an overview, we received over 120 comments. However, a little over 80 of those comments, well, were identical, and about 115 of them were essentially identical in terms of that they all dealt with this one issue, which we're going to get to, obviously, the interlocutory appeal for the denial of issues, which is related to your party status. So the stuff that's not the interlocutory appeal, we have very little of it. So we're going to get through that here. And starting with, there was a concern in Rule 430, or what would be Rule 430, because we proposed reorganizing the rules, so there's no 430. Regarding the pre-hearing conference, friends have several comments throughout this process about us being super crystal clear about whether the rules apply to parties or limited parties. And this is the result of a court decision that basically said that rules that are vague on this point are improper. So they just sort of identified one other issue that they had located that with respect to the pre-hearing conference, whether or not the rule, what part of the rule applied to limited parties and to general parties. So it's pretty self-explanatory, but we just added some language in here that that this rule applies to the issues on which each limited party may participate. So as making it distinct from general parties who can participate on all issues. Does that make sense? Clear as mud? Okay. All right, let's go next slide. Okay, so there was a concern raised that the notice requirements, these are requirements on the department when issuing a notice regarding a contested case to the public, did not require the department to make it clear what has to be in an application to participate in a contested case. And so it's that we've added some language here just at the end there as outlined in Rule 415, which is the requirements to apply to participate in a contested case. So now when we send out notices to newly adopt this rule, we'll make sure to point out to the public not just the deadline for submission, but direct them to the requirements of what should be in their submission. The other language is actually related to the previous comment, submitting a petition for party or limited party status, indicating that this requirement is for both types of participants. Any questions about this one?
If I can make a comment. So these are good clarifications, and so we appreciate the comments, and we agree. These are, but substantively, these things are being done anyway. If we didn't do them, we would, we didn't put the language in the rules, we would still do them. But we agree this is good clarification to ensure that everybody understands, and that these things are adhered to. But are they substantive? We don't believe so, but they're good and appropriate clarification.
So one of the things I think about a lot is it's great when it, because it does. I think we heard earlier from a member of the public about, you know, where do I go? Where do I go? Where do I go? So you tell them where to go. I think the part that we cannot control, just because I read it doesn't mean I understand it. And I think a lot of folks with their, after almost 8 years now, what I believe the public gets upset about is it is not the USA Today written at a third grade level, right? It is complicated, it's difficult. And so I think people are frustrated by feeling like you have to almost be an attorney to be able to navigate the process, and they're looking for simplicity. So anywhere where we could at least say, here's your starting point, and they don't have to find the starting point, I think we're not.
Completely agree. And to that end, I can't remember now if I had a slide on this, but just in case I didn't, just to reiterate a promise that we made last time, and we're sort of asking your direction from council to do this, is that we intend to make a USA Today version of the contested case rules that it's just going to cite to the council's rules, but also to the MOD rules, because we sort of have two guiding sets, and it will sort of create a unified resource, so you don't have to go to both to get the full picture, and also hopefully need a lot of degree to understand. So that'll be neat.
Right.
Vice Chair Conley.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say, you know, it's not to suggest that the public is, you know, can't read these. It just takes a whole lot of time at the level. And I know as a member of the council, getting on the council and reading the documents, like where do I start and what does this really mean? And so the frustration, it has been clear, and I think this goes a good way in resolving some of what has been brought forward. So yeah, I think given a whole lot of time, everybody may be able to get comfortable with that, but the easier it is to understand, the better.
Yeah, I think of it. I think of it as sort of like the cliff notes. Like everybody can read the book, but if you're short on time or you don't, or you know, and then time is a limited resource for everybody. And of course, anything we create would cite to the rules. You can go there and read, you know, word for word what the rules say. But it will be handy for people because this is sort of a Byzantine process if you haven't experienced it before. All right. And there's no other questions on this one? Okay, go ahead. Next slide. So there was one concern raised regarding the waiver procedural issues. It says in the proposed rules that that failure to raise a procedural concern constitutes a waiver of that procedural concern. There was a question about what if you did raise it but then you got lost on that issue? Well, what do you do? And there is no right in the rules to a sort of an interlocutory appeal for procedural concerns. So I suppose if you, maybe Patrick can correct me on this, but if you felt like your rights were sort of violated by the procedural concern, that this would be something that you would include in your, if you were to appeal to the Supreme Court.
After issuance of the final word.
Yes, after issuance of the final. Exactly. So the reason why I put it in this section, because this is a section of the changes that we made, go ahead and go to the next slide, is we do want, after reviewing this language here, so failure to raise an objection constitutes waiver, we did want to make one little tweak here, just to specify that the waiver is not of the issues, but of the objection that you failed to raise. So specifically referring to the procedural objection. This is just a real minor thing, but it's just part of our tightening up the language to make it clear and not confusing. So that's Any questions about that? No? Okay, go ahead, next slide. Okay, so there's a lot of text on this slide because to fit it all in here, but essentially this is just a couple of so those are all the result of public feedback. This is this slide here is a representative of sort of internal review. We fixed a couple of citations to rule numbers that don't exist or won't exist if these rules go through, from 0014 to 0403. And then also just clarifying some language like agency to department, and then adding certificate applicant and certificate holder, because this would apply in to an existing certificate holder if there was a contested case in, for example, in so this is just real simple, tiny little stuff. Any questions about this? Just want to be real clear when, we don't even want the tiniest bit of change without putting it in front of council. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is just another change that we made to add Rule 403 to the citation Rule 403 in terms of for a contested case on a certificate application, agency must submit the request to the hearing officer in writing by the date specified in the department's public notice issued under 230 and 403. So there's sort of those two governing rules. 403 applies to that as well. So we're just adding that to make sure it's accurate. Okay, so now we're going to get to public comments we received that were not included in the proposal that we presented to council. Okay, so this first one was a sort of a reiteration of the previous comment that had previously been given by the same commenter, that they still feel that we could do more to improve the service and organization documents. And the suggestion was to create a document again to sort of force the Office of Administrative Hearings to create one for us. But this just falls under one of those sort of like nice to have things that we don't have the money or the authority to do. And if we had a magic wand, yeah, sure, it would be great to have a docket or something that we put together. But does it make sense to pursue, given how expensive this would be and how infrequent our contested caseload is? Citations to other agencies that have numerous contested cases, they might have docket systems, but it sort of makes more sense for them to do that. Whereas sort of staff's feeling that this would be almost responsible, that even if it would be great for when people to show up. And also this sort of issue here in terms of the complications, a function of a lot of people's experience with the Stock B2H case, which was so massive. It made it trickier, but it's pretty unusual. So any questions about staff's recommendation to not do anything on this front? Next slide. So there was a reiteration of a concern regarding ex parte communications, and that the rules, the new model rules that we're proposing are less clear about what communications must be made publicly available, and they wanted us to essentially cite to both model rules, sets of model rules. And go ahead and go to the next slide. Yeah, so basically there's already language and proposed language in Rule 5 of Division 1, which basically outlines explicitly that communications between the department and the council, even though they're not technically ex parte under the model rules, we would make them public. The department has always been very careful to make publicly available any communications or documents that are relevant or that are substantive and related to a contested case. So the staff's recommendation that we don't, well, first of all, that we don't cite the two sets of model rules, which would be super confusing, but that no other additional changes are required on this issue. Is there any questions about this?
660 takes care of it, right?
Well, so 660 refers to the communications, the ex parte communications that need to be made available. It does not explicitly refer to communications between, because it's their model rules. It doesn't make a reference to council, because the model rules are not aware of the existence of council. They don't make note of it, but we do. So we say, notwithstanding what as 661, which is the model rule, defines as ex parte, we will also be making publicly available communications between the department and council. So,
Just a question. So, what I hear you saying is this really makes sense. It's not by, the public is not losing anything. We are sharing.
If there's a communication from the department and the hearing officer or counsel that is related, that is substantively related to the contested case, we are making that publicly available under the proposals.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next, if there's no other questions or concerns, next slide. So there was a concern raised that FSEC does not issue an order when it denies a request for a contested case, and there was a request to create a rule mandating the creation of orders for the denial of a request to participate in a contested case proceeding. And the concern is if an order is not created, then there's nothing to appeal. So the desire is to create a rule that would to ensure that an order is created when a contested case denial exists, so that you would have something to appeal. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So staff's recommending no changes to the rules, but instead having just a policy that council for the council to incorporate or adopt the hearing officer's rulings on a contested case issue in its final order, including those related to party or limited party status, which would make it clear that any appeal of the hearing officer's ruling would go to the Supreme Court after the final order. So, and I honestly, I think, because we've heard comments in the past that are unhappy with this approach, but if you look at the statute, which directs the appeal process of council's decision-making to the Supreme Court, I mean, it's pretty explicit that is the intent of, council's business is reviewed by the Supreme Court. So to the extent there's sort of, vestigial language that sort of has gone a different way, it's staff's recommendation that we ensure that our policy sort of adheres to the spirit and also the literal language of the statute as regards to appeals council business. Any thoughts on this topic?
I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yes.
So for contested case hearings, hearing officer makes a decision and does not allow somebody limited party status, let's say. So in B2H, those can be appealed to council. Because we did hear appeals.
Yes.
Does it eliminate that?
So we're going to get to that because that's related to the interlocutory appeal. So this is basically saying if there is a denial of party status, that the way that is sort of issued is in the final order, not in a separate order, which someone would then want to appeal to like the circuit court. Okay. But in terms of interlocutory appeal, we get to that in the next, because I think that's where you're headed.
I just want to get to what we've been through, what we did in B2H.
So in B2H, anybody who lost on any issue could appeal and did appeal if they desired to. And we are making a tweak to that, and we'll get to the scope of that in a second, of that change, because it's related to the 90 plus comments we received on that issue. This is just related to how council issues its sort of findings with respect to, do we issue a separate order or do we combine that finding in the final order? Because the former could be appealed to the circuit court and the latter can only be appealed to the Supreme Court.
Okay, it might become clearer to me as we go through that interlocution. Thanks.
Okay. Sure.
The record talked on it. Let's go back earlier today. You approved Wagon Trail. So in Wagon Trail, it's a little, maybe not a great example because there were no requests to participate in the contested case, but there was a contested case. There were no, attempts to be a party or have issues. but there was a contested case. There was a hearing officer who, was appointed, who opened it and closed it, and the hearing officer's order was part of the final order. That's all part of the same record. Ultimately, nobody can appeal that particular decision because there was no issues in a contested case. But let's say there was, and really the question is, do you issue a final order with some of the information and then another order or multiple other orders with other information that's all part of the record? That was this issue that we were just talking about. It all needs to be consolidated. A council's final decision should all be consolidated into one final order that has all the record information, that ultimately, if there is a challenge, that it's all in one document that goes to the Supreme Court. That's not this issue, but there's a little overlap, so it can get confusing, but it is really a separate question.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm parsing these.
Maybe,
but
maybe this will help.
Once we get to the end of this, and if you still have questions to that issue, we just slid past. We can go back to it.
So what Secretary Cornett just said was that if we didn't do it that way, and there was an appeal, it wouldn't have the complete record. And so even if they challenged a portion of it and got what they wanted, there could still be outlying issues that then they'd have to go appeal that too. So it's better to have it all in one record.
But so it's just, but from the public's perspective, we're getting too far down the train and they're not getting it after saying like that. It's not there, not to put word in people's mouth, because all it is I feel better by that.
Yeah, but I think, and I don't know if people are really have concerns about that other issue. I think this is really where the main concern is, what Tom's getting into right now.
All right, Tom.
Okay, so first of all, just as a reminder, Patrick, please step in if you feel like I'm missing something here, or you want to correct me a little bit, or a lot. But an interlocutory appeal is just sort of a legal concept that allows somebody in a proceeding to sort of challenge a finding that is not necessarily a sort of final decision, but it's, throughout, a court case that a judge might have to hold, 100 things before you get to the end about, the schedule, party status, or, whether you can bifurcate something, or it's on and on and on. And, in some of those cases, if you wait until the end, then by not correcting that sort of like procedural issue or dispute about something, your ability to sort of obtain justice can be taken from you. And so we allow an interlocutory appeal in those cases so that sort of sub-issue can get resolved, so that the final holding is actually sort of the proper one. But for that opportunity to have an interlocutory appeal, then, you wouldn't be able to say, well, this is justice. We got to the correct result, because these other sort of sub errors will prevent you from ever getting it. So that's an interlocutory appeal. It's an opportunity to fix something instead of waiting until the end, because by then it's too late, right? I mean, it's almost like if you're building a house and you have some issues with like the plans, and you're like, well, let's get to that when we finish the house. Like, it's too late by then, right? So for those issues, you got to get them fixed before you start laying brick, right? Okay, so how does that relate to council business? It's sort of different because the hearing officer is sort of acting on behalf of the council. It's not like trial court and like an appeals court. They're sort of tasked by council to, organize this stuff, make findings, which then council can ignore or not in their final order. So it's not the same analog, because if you're denied interlocutory appeal on party status, you can still appeal your concern to the Supreme Court after the final order is over. Which is, the Supreme Court was always the body that was going to make the final decisions with respect to any given issue. So let's get into, first of all, what the main commenters, kind of the heart of what they're concerned with. So there was sort of a comment that was submitted word for word by over 80 people, and I thought, rather than, we're always sensitive to the the sort of accusation that we're mangling the concerns of those who raised them. I thought I just pulled kind of the heart of that comment out. I'm going to read it word for word, so you can see exactly what their concern was. So this is quoting from that sort of mass comment that we received. Quote, please do not repeal the ability for interlocutory administrative appeals to the council. If you do, then when an interested person wishes to challenge a ruling barring them from participating on a specific issue in a contested case, their only recourse will be to file one or more court cases, which will be expensive, inefficient, slow, and potentially very disruptive to the council's administrative setting process. It is far better for you to retain your authority to quickly fix any errors made by hearing officers before a contested case is underway. Repealing the above cited rules will only lead to more costly litigation in court, which nobody wants. So that sort of, obviously because we received so many comments, we took a long, hard look at this. But I really feel like this characterization in this comment is not entirely accurate. And the other thing that sort of irked me a little bit was nobody, other than this sort of general statement, there's decades of sort of history that they could draw upon to say, here's where this did some good and you want to get rid of it. We'll lose that thing that we had before. But nobody cited to any sort of evidence that the thing that we're proposing that we eliminate has ever served anybody or done or accomplished any good. It's all sort of theoretical, but we have lots of data. And part of the data is that this issue doesn't really come up that much. It did come up a lot in the Stop Me2H case, which if you were part of, you may feel like this is always going to be an issue, but frankly it isn't. So let's go to the next slide. So yeah, commenters provided no data to support their claims. Participation in contested cases is infrequent, and appeals of denial of claims even more so. So we're talking about of all citing applications, it's like a subslice of a subslice where this would be relevant. So just as the only real case that we have, more than a couple was the board at Hemingway. There were 26 petitioners who filed appeals. 8 were reversed by council. However, 5 of those were then dismissed on a motion for summary determination. So 3 out of 17 or 18% were meaningfully reversed. And really looking at that number, you're totally fair to say, out of an abundance of caution, it's okay to take longer for everybody to catch those 3. But I would say those 3 people can still appeal their issue. It's not like they're being denied the opportunity to complain about whatever it is that they're concerned about. And sort of to tee up how we're going to end, we're obviously proposing no change to what we previously proposed, but obviously council can look at the arguments that were made and also this the data that we have here and completely disagree with staff. I mean, that's your purview. And given the sort of infrequency of this, the impacts of going one way or the other are not substantial. So this is just a change, and we'll get to it in this, maybe go to the next slide. So ultimate resolution of all citing disputes for energy facilities are always resolved on the Supreme Court. So sort of the argument that, like, if you don't fix this, we're gonna have to file court cases. You're gonna have to file a court case anyway if the council doesn't agree with your contested case issue. So the idea that if you were able to file an interlocutory appeal, you wouldn't have to do that. Because even if you're allowed to participate, it doesn't mean council's going to agree with you, right? So your council can say, no, you met the threshold, but then when the contested case is over, councils can say, well, we got it right the first time, and then now you still have to go to the Supreme Court. So it doesn't absolve the process. It doesn't. There's no cost savings necessarily by allowing.
Councilor Devlin?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. This is actually the area that I wanted to participate most in. Not that I have a position on this.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, in a sense, this is presented in a section that we're describing as where we're not making a change suggested by public testimony. And it's not a change from probably what the draft rules were, but it is a change in practice. Now, it doesn't take away necessarily this interlocutory ability to appeal, but it does actually modify it, doesn't it? In the sense that let's say I am a person that feels aggrieved, that and I ask for consideration of 3 different issues. 2 of them are rejected by the hearings officers, and those happen to be my most important issues. 1 is accepted. So I'm allowed to actually now put in testimony relative to the 1 that I don't think is the most significant. I can't appeal it to the council that the hearings officer has rejected the other 2. So I have to wait to the very end of the process. And once a final order is issued, then my only avenue is to appeal that to the Supreme Court that an issue that should have been considered was not. I mean, that is a substantive change. It's not taking it away, because the person would still have a right to participate on the 1 issue that the hearings officer agreed that was a valid issue. But they would have no ability to participate on the other 2 until a final order was issued. Is that correct?
So yeah, and to be clear, when I say there's no change, it is no change from what we previously proposed, which is a change, as you said. Yeah, absolutely. You 100% got that right. Your characterization.
Then again, the argument in terms of the few number of cases where this has become an issue can both be used as an argument to make the change that it's not a significant change, that it hasn't come up. You can use the same statistics to say, we have a lot of testimony that says people want to retain this ability. It isn't a great burden for the council to have to deal with this because we have statistics that say it's rarely come up. I can make the case either way based on this. Now, one thing that I'm interested in is this is not a clarity issue. And it's probably more of an efficiency issue, and it may be to some degree an issue of complying with the model rules for the Attorney General's model rules. But when we look at all the agencies that use hearings officers, some of them are pretty straightforward cases. I don't want to diminish them, but they're pretty straightforward. Unemployment cases. I don't know to what degree some of the other agencies that would be much more complex and maybe similar to use hearings officers, like I don't know if the PUC uses, I believe they do, but LUBA, Land Use Board of Appeals. I don't know if the EQC utilizes them, but I'm wondering if anybody else allows these interlocutory appeals. That may be more of a question for council.
I would actually have to look into that, Councilmember Devlin. I can't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay. Because I know there are a lot of state agencies that use hearings officers. So. I mean, I can decide one way or the other, but I do think it is taking away some ability to appeal a decision at an earlier point to the council than waiting till the very end and appealing it to the Supreme Court. I mean, for the average person, appealing to the Supreme Court is like a huge.
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, for the record, Todd Cornett. And I think you're absolutely right. I think, you can go either way. And that's entirely within your purview, as Tom will talk about. An interlocutory appeal is not a right by statute, by rule. It's allowed currently. We're proposing to change that. That would still be consistent with, statute. So you can go either way, and you can use that information to justify which way you want to go. But I want to go backward in time a little bit in the process, because nothing is always about process. At the draft proposed order stage, what did Chair Howe just talked about last night. In submitting a comment that could be eligible for a contested case, at least in an application, not an amendment. We talked about that. The bar is higher for an amendment. For an application, it is timely within the comment time frame. That's easy. That's binary. You're either in or you're out. That's pretty clear. It needs to be connected to a council standard. Sometimes we don't get comments that clarify what they're related to. So the better people do these things, they can make it super easy on themselves if they provide comments during the draft proposed order that then we either make or don't make changes to in the proposed order, and then they want to challenge up into the contested case. If they are very clear in that you comment within the time frame, it is related to a council standard, and it is sufficiently specific enough for us, the council, and the applicant to evaluate and respond to. These sort of gray area, questionable ones are because, we sometimes get comments that are really hard to understand. They're hard to apply, and then somebody wants to challenge them, in a contested case. But if they went backward in time during the public comment, which we put in the notice, we talk about during the public hearing, and then during a completeness information meeting, we also talk about if people do short, clear, plain statements, tie it to a council standard, articulate very clear and provide sort of evidence or documentation as to what they believe is a failure in the application or, in the draft proposed order, they will easily be allowed as a party on that issue in a contested case. They will have very clearly checked all those boxes. What we're talking about are ones that are frankly really hard to determine what's their issue, what's their concern, how does it apply? And then the hearing officer says no because of that. And then they challenge it up to you, and then you have to then say the same thing. What are they actually arguing kind of for? Were we able to respond to it in the proposed order or not? It's that subset. So I just want to make clear that it's not just this whole sort of, all of them, the hearing officer is going to arbitrarily deny issues. It is those issues that are entirely unclear based upon the comments that were submitted by the person in the first place. And so rather than submitting 20 comments that are all kind of unclear and vague, if somebody submitted a couple very clear, targeted, then they would be easily able to get in on all of those issues in a contested case on an application. So again, I just want to provide that context. But again, going back to what Councilmember Devlin said, you can use that data to decide it's better to keep the interlocutory appeal in all cases or to change it to the way that we're proposing it. That is entirely up to you, and I think you can justify either one. But I wanted to provide that context because, again, it's important not to look at things by themselves. There's a bigger context. There are several steps before we get here, that then are important to understand why this can be an issue and what we should do about it. So with that, I will turn back over.
Thank you for that explanation. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to add something to that, maybe further clarification. You can pick a half dozen issues that usually come up, particularly in some of our recent cases. Let's say a person that feels aggrieved makes a claim that we have inadequately addressed issues around weed control. And they put it pretty specifically, which standards, everything else. At this point, can the hearings officer look at the record and basically say, I'm not going to consider that an issue based upon the record that we've already established, that maybe clearly identifies that those issues have been addressed, so that issue is no longer on the table in a contested case? Or would the hearings officer have to utilize that as a contested issue, regardless of what the record is at that point?
I don't want Patrick on. Did you get it?
I did.
I did too. I'll go ahead and go with that. Essentially, this is a preliminary assessment about whether you get to participate. If you feel like your issue wasn't addressed, that's the whole point of the contested case. And whether you get to participate or not is an issue of whether you met the sufficient specificity standard and your comment was timely. Whether or not it was addressed is going to be what the contested case is actually going to then determine. So if you met our, as Secretary Cornett talked about, a relatively low standard for the rate of contested case, you're in, and then the contested case will determine whether or not your issue is addressed.
I appreciate the comments, but you really helped me in my dilemma because I'm still at 51.49%.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to help you with that dilemma because I think you're still going to be challenging that. But again, just to reiterate the point, somebody makes a comment, it's tied to a council standard, it's sufficiently specific. We respond to it. Just the fact that we respond to it does not kick them out, or preclude them from making a request to participate on that issue in a contested case. If the hearing officer, even if we feel like we have done everything that they had asked us to do, they can still say, I raised the issue, I was sufficiently specific, I still don't think you dealt with it appropriately. Then that is an eligible issue to be evaluated in the contested case.
I know that Mr. Chairman, I know that one of our basic issues is somehow getting the public to understand this more clearly, that they need to raise a very specific issue. It has to be tied to one of our standards. It has to be easy enough to understand. And I do think sometimes, sometimes not every member of the public, but some members of the public may feel like simply opposing something is sufficient. And because we're not a body that's just simply making a decision without standards, we're charged by the legislature with actually upholding the statutes that have been adopted and the rules that have come from that. And it's not really a judgment of what the decision is you'd like to make. It's what is the decision based on applicable statutes and regulations. I'll leave it there.
So I wanted to add just one more while we're on the topic of context. So we're not proposing the change to the interlocutory appeal, and again, we'll get to that in the next slide in terms of exactly what the scope of that is. Just to remind you, in a vacuum, part of the decision to sort of narrow or sort of carve out the people that we want to deny the interlocutory appeal right for is that this proposal is being done at the same time that we're also trying to improve the clarity of how you participate in the first place, so that we reduce the number of people that get denied because they did a poor job of making it clear what the issue was and what the standard was tied to. And part of that's rule change, where we sort of beefed up the definition of sufficient specificity in hopes that it will help the public understand what we're looking for. And also from like a policy standpoint, where we're looking at ways of presenting, when we ask for the public to participate and they go, like on our portal online, and they, that it will sort of guide them. What's your issue? What standard is it related to? And so like, if in making those changes, the hope is that we will dramatically reduce the number of comments that fail our standard. So in that world, if you submit a whole bunch of comments and only a couple of them make it through, or all of them but one make it through, or whatever, it's in that world that we're saying you gotta wait until the end. You can't slow us down.
I like the aspect that the rule changes are explaining better how they do it right first time, so that they don't end up getting upset because they weren't able to do the interlocutory appeal. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, it's my personal opinion that if you truly want a change to get made to improve the project outcome, you don't want to contest the case. You want it to get resolved in the DPO phase. And the applicant sure feels that way, and so does staff. So we're highly motivated to help people get their issues resolved as soon as we possibly can. And of course, we can't guarantee that we'll make everyone happy. I mean, that's not true of any industry or life. But we can do our best. And so, obviously, we're trying to identify edge cases where people are opposing projects. They don't really have a lot to say or standards to tie to, but they just don't want the project to go forward. So they're like, well, let's complain about everything. And maybe one of them gets through because the standard is frankly not that high. What are we going to do with your other 27? So in those cases, we're just trying to sort of isolate those edge cases and really get people to say, either submit the ones you're sure that you care about. I mean, you can submit the other ones too. It's just if you get them denied, you're not going to be able to interlock or appeal them. Or in the case where someone cares about only one thing, but they also didn't do a super great job, we're still letting you file the interlocutory appeal. So it's only where you did some of them well and some of them not as well, and there's sort of disagreement from the hearing officer about whether that was done, correctly. It's only in those cases. So we're just we're being very careful. I mean, we could have just said no interlocutory appeal at all. We want to zoom this thing through. We're trying to be really careful, trying to make it easier for people to accurately and properly participate. And then we're trying to say, we have a duty to sort of make this process more efficient. What are some of the things we can do? And one of them is for these sort of edge cases where people are just opposing a project because they don't want it. You could file complaints, get denied on 99 of them, and then if we make no change, file an interlocutory appeal for all 99. So it's in those, and if you're not that concerned about that person or that eventuality or that possibility, then maybe we don't make a change to the weeds. But that's up to you.
Mr. Chair.
Councilman Devlin.
I hope that other councilors are okay with spending some more time on this. This is the adoption of a permanent rule. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have experienced in these meetings where someone has requested a contested case based on a particular issue, where we have modified the order at that time because we thought they had a valid issue, and then said that we've already addressed their issue. So it's not a basis for a contested case.
That's possible on an amendment. If it's an original application and they've met the criteria, the sufficient specificity criteria, they get a contested case. But when you're considering an amendment, if someone requests a contested case and you believe that a change to the order can address the issue that they're raising, then you can handle it that way and deny the request for a contested case, but direct staff to make a change.
Okay. Yeah, that's my most recent, I think the council's most recent experience was on an amendment issue.
So, Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. I think we've got probably more to get into here, but I just sort of want to make a comment. I think the comments we received, a lot of copied comments, but some of them based on experience in the B2H participants were in it for the long haul and experienced just the whole process, really. And I don't support taking this appeal, not right, but this appeal path out of the process, because I think an appeal to the council, I mean, all of us probably have a different idea of specificity or sufficient specificity. And I certainly heard it on the B2H contested case appeals, that just those of us considering it were saying, well, yeah, it was actually, they did speak directly to whatever the issue was. And I mean, you could read this data in a different way, that almost 30% of the cases the appeals were reversed by the council. And that's a pretty I think that's a pretty high percentage. And we are just members of the public and a bit less daunting than the Supreme Court. And I think it's an important path for the public, regardless of what the final outcomes are. And I think efficiency is part of the issue here. And I don't know what that means. You know, I know there's a 7-day appeal. I'm not sure what the time constraints are to hearing those appeals. But at this point, I'm not supportive of taking this avenue, making this change. So, and I thought the comments from some of the commenters were pretty detailed, very specific, and helpful in helping analyze it. So, well, thank you.
All right, well, let's sort of, I just have a couple more points to make, and then let me put it to you to sort of talk amongst yourselves about about the right path forward. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So I already mentioned this, so we don't need to dwell on this, but it's not being revoked entirely. It's only for participants who have multiple issues, and some, but not all, are denied party status. So we've already kind of talked about that. So let's go next slide. So, and then one last thought was just that there is an Oregon statute that says that an agency's determination of party status, so this would be a council's sort of final decision, is subject to judicial review only after the agency has issued its final order. So I guess this sort of goes back to the earlier question about do other agencies have an interlocutory appeal? Because the idea that, well, you have to wait until the end to appeal if you get denied, you would have to do that anyway in statute, or if you were, you know, let's say we didn't have, I mean, so a council was to agree with the hearing officer, you have to wait until after the final order to then appeal to the Supreme Court. So there's potentially a situation where you have to wait anyway and file a court case, assuming the council agreed with him. So that's already sort of the intent of how it's set up. But I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so there we go. I'll put it to you, and we'll do whatever council directs us to do.
I'll start out by just saying that from my perspective, I see it as more front-end loading to get it done right by the applicants early on, instead of having to wait to do an interlocutory appeal. And it also gets them directly from the decision to the Supreme Court instead of having to go through multi-court process. Isn't that right?
Well, it would depend on where it was issued in terms of the denial of party status, but that's why that was a separate issue, because regardless of whether you where you land on the interlocutory appeal issue, the denial of party status, if that's done in a separate order, you could appeal to the circuit court on that issue anyway. So we're sort of trying to do what the legislature intended, which is to create an appeal path that goes to the Supreme Court, but that's not directly isn't directly it's not mutually exclusive with the idea of whether or not you would allow an interlocutory appeal.
Others?
This Kristen B, Councilor Condon, for the record. You know, I appreciate what we're doing is trying to front load the training, but with more and more projects, more and more new people coming in, it's a lot to incorporate. So everybody may not get it right. And it'd be great if they do. And I just view this as a path to the council. It's good for the public and clearly wanted by some, or being requested by some who went through the process, have that experience, and understand its benefit. So I'd love it if everybody were trained in wording their issue succinctly.
Secretary Cornett.
Just to kind of clarify, so what you said is you'd like it if everybody gets it right. They have to get it right. If they get it wrong, they don't deserve, don't meet the threshold to get into a contested case. So it's either they clearly get it right, or either the hearing officer, or, if you retain this, you're determining that they get it right. But but there's also like the fairness question for the staff, council, and the certificate or the applicant, that, in order for that information, comments to be responded to, they should be getting it right from the beginning, because that's how our process is designed. If we don't know what somebody's commenting on or how it ties to a council standard, or really what the issue is, that's a problem. Because again, the draft proposed order to the proposed order is where we're trying to respond to those issues, to get it right, to deal with the, significant critical issues that people are raising. We want to respond to it. We want to get it right. If we have it wrong, we want to get it right. But it can't be this sort of vague comment that we're not sure what to do with. We don't then have the opportunity to make changes in the proposed order, and then they're granted an opportunity to really argue that in a contested case. That's not fair to the applicant. That's not fair to staff, and ultimately not fair to council either. So again, I just want to be clear is, we don't want to, it's just not creating benefit and value for the public. They really have to get it right in order for our process to work.
Yes, and I clearly understand that, but clearly, for instance, in the B2H, you saw that the hearings officer thought, nope, these don't meet the standard. I think they need to meet the standard of specific specificity, and I think we can decide that. But I don't have to belabor the point. You guys know what I'm asserting here. But and to me, it's not, the benefit is the public appeal to this body, given what we know about standards and having gone through at least portions of the cases by the time we're hearing the contested case appeal, that a hearing officer has the record of, heard the same things or looked at standards the same. So, yeah.
I will say, just sitting here thinking about this and about the responses, and to your point about receiving the comments that you read, and I'm really glad to know that you did read them. We didn't receive a comment in support of our change, so there's that.
Your house.
Councilor Byer.
So one, thank you all for this really robust discussion, because I had not focused in on this particular issue, and I think it's been a really great discussion. Two, thanks to Tom and the department for really trying to make the rules more understandable. So before we get to the interlocutory appeal issue, in general, the rules are going to be much better because of this rulemaking. After listening to the discussions, I'm more in support of not changing the interlocutory appeal process and leaving it as is. If I thought it would really put roadblocks up and make the process that much longer, I would support the language proposed by staff. But as you pointed out, we don't see that many issues. I also want to support the department's efforts to really educate the public on how to participate. I think they're doing a great job at that. At each information meeting, at each public hearing, there's clear guidance on how to participate. And perhaps that's where we continue to focus our effort, is trying to coach people on how to participate. Leave this appeal process as is. We can always change it later if we feel like it's being abused. So I would recommend adopting the rule changes with the exception of the interlocutory appeal. That's a hard word for me. I'm sorry.
If that's a motion, Mr. Chairman, I'd second it.
So if that's where council wants to go and kind of have a little discussion, I can read potential motion language.
We have a motion that was made. Do we have a second?
I think he was seconding it.
I was seconding it.
That's right, yes.
So why don't I
Can we
read,
get
potential motion language based on this discussion? And if somebody believes that's where you're interested, you can then make that motion. Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So again, this is just for, and then feel free to make changes if I don't have this right. But I think also, based upon the conversation and the record, I think it's clear. So, Mr. Chair, based on comments received, I move that the council adopt the proposed contested case rules presented in attachment 1 to the staff report with the following changes. Retain the interlocutory appeal as it currently exists in rule.
Mr. Chairman, the other part made the original motion, will make that motion. I will second that motion.
Okay.
So
we have a
moved.
motion.
So
Okay.
moved,
We've
second.
got, your motion language moved and seconded. Could you please call the roll?
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Katie Imes,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Richard Devlin,
Yes.
Ken Howe.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
So appreciate the work.
Yeah.
Yes. Very good presentation explaining it.
All right, let's move to agenda item I just want to give.
How's everybody doing? Do we need a 5-minute break or a 2-minute break or anything? Okay, let's take, we'll come back at 2:20.
Now you're frozen.
Okay, it's 2:20. And the Energy Facility Siting Council is back in order. The next item we're doing is the tribal government rulemaking initiation. It's an action item. Tom Jackman, Rules Coordinator, will present to us.
Thank you. Once again, I'm Thomas Jackman, the Rules Coordinator, and we're here to discuss an action item regarding the initiation of the tribal communication rulemaking. So it's gonna be relatively brief as we are just kicking this off. So go ahead and next slide. So the previous rulemaking item was the final little chevron, I think they're called. And here we are at the beginning. So this is the other end of that with the initiation of rulemaking. Go ahead, next slide. So on July 23rd, I went to the Oregon Tribal Cultural Cluster, which was very interesting, attended by various tribes, their representatives, and several state agencies. And the gathering is intended to find ways to better protect tribal cultural resources. So I gave a presentation about the siting process and also to let them know that we were interested in doing the rulemaking and to sort of gauge their interest. And it was I think, pretty well received, both by the state agencies that were there listening and also the tribes that I spoke to. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So this rulemaking is very focused. Yes, focused. Trying to think of synonym, but that one's good enough. It's designed to encourage communication by the applicant with tribal governments. Just so you know, as a sort of background, currently the rules require the applicant to reach out to the LCIS, which stands for
LCIS, Legislative Commission on Indian.
Yes, legislative, look, I remember what the LCIS is. Legislative Commission on Indian Affairs to identify the potentially affected tribal governments or tribes, and then they relay that information to the council and to staff who then use that information as part of the sort of the application review process. But there's nothing in the rules about the applicant reaching out to the tribes. Some do, but it's not in the rules. So we wanted to do a rulemaking to encourage that communication and to, in an effort to better identify and protect cultural resources as well as other resources that are important to tribal governments. So any questions about the scope? Okay, go ahead, next slide. So just to be clear, when you're talking about scope, it's always helpful to talk about what we're not trying to do. And what we're not trying to do is to alter the siting standards. So what we're doing here isn't going to make it easier or harder to get a site certificate in terms of meeting the standards. This is just about, one of those hopefully win-win things where we improve the efficiency and we get a better result. So we sort of encourage the ounce of prevention so that we don't have to do the pound of cure. And it makes so much sense that, again, some energy companies are already doing what we're going to propose. But given some concerns that were raised to the department in previous years from the tribes about reassurances that we're doing enough to help protect their resources, this rulemaking sort of came about.
Yeah, just one kind of a side point. So there's a lot just, locally, in Oregon, nationally, about trying to expedite review of energy projects given the need to move to renewable energy generation resources. We agree with that as well. People, I think all probably agree generally, maybe disagree specifically on what that means. But one of the things that, and this isn't just locally, this isn't just the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon, this is all over. Tribes want early and often communication, to identify and to help avoid, or minimize, impacts to resources. So this very much fits within that overall kind of context to try to, can we figure out ways to expedite? And by expediting, can be done in many different ways. One of them is just, again, early communication to identify and potentially avoid things before developers get too far down the road in a review process and have spent, a lot of resources that makes it hard to make changes. So now that's just the one point I'll add.
Yes, excellent, thank you. So staff is here today. The action item is to ask council to direct us to engage with stakeholders to draft potential rule language. So this is an approach I haven't personally taken before in my time as the rules coordinator for council. We kind of felt like a RAC wasn't really appropriate considering the narrow scope of the rulemaking and sort of the subject matter. And so what we're proposing instead is to essentially reach out to each tribe individually, discuss their concerns and their interests and their goals and dreams with respect to this rulemaking, and then develop rule language that we would then present to them, and then also to any energy developers or state agencies to see if they have any significant concerns with that developed language, which would then kick off the notice for proposed rulemaking where anybody can participate in the public comment. So not all that different than what we normally do, but just we're proposing that we forego just the sort of formal RAC process for more targeted.
But ultimately, there would still be a public comment period. There would still be a public hearing in front of council.
Yes.
Chair Hall. I would just like to say that I think staff does, at least in my time here, I think that this happens pretty frequently, regularly now. So I totally support doing it this way, but I don't want to take away from the fact that I think it's happening for as long as I'm aware of, at least on, I'll say, substantial things. So.
I think the difference with this is, and we certainly communicate, with tribal governments and other reviewing state agencies and local governments. This would be prior to even anything submitting to us. So it would be, incredibly significantly encouraging developers, but, being careful not to create as a stage gate that they can't come in without it. So that's the sort of the nature and the nuance of rulemaking is how can we, incentivize to the greatest extent possible developer outreach and communication with, you know, sort of affected or potentially affected tribal governments, you know, without that being, you know, a sort of a necessary precursor to come into us. So that's the nuance that we're gonna have to deal with this rule.
I would just say that I probably look sad-eyed at anyone who did not do it ahead of time.
Yeah.
And as Tom mentioned, you know, a lot of the developers do this already.
Understood. Thank you.
But it, again, is front end loading to try to make things better before it gets down.
Absolutely. So this is just about making sure we sort of have a unified approach and also, you know, respecting sort of tribal interests and sovereignty and sort of reassuring them that our process is concerned with their, you know, resources.
Then, Carol, can I say one more thing? One of the other things I think we've heard too is that we have to remember that they have limited resources as well. So by doing it ahead of time before things, it reinforces the notion we're respecting something that they have told us numerous times as well.
Okay. Next slide. And we're done.
Look at you.
Any discussion, questions from council? Ready for you to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that the council initiate tribal government rulemaking with the scope and objectives recommended by staff and approve the focused outreach as presented to staff.
I second that.
There's a second. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Burnett, can you please call the roll?
Richard Devlin.
Gary Lips, I thought it was an aye, but you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted. Could we get a thumbs up, Councilmember Devlin?
Aye.
Thank you. Ken Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Katie Imes.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Nice job, buddy.
Yes.
Patrick didn't even have to jump in.
Our next item is a review of FSEC's wildfire prevention and risk management standards. This is an information item. Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Advisor, is here to present to us.
Thank you so much, Chair Howe, and good afternoon, Chair Howe, Vice Chair Condon, and members of the council. Again, my name is Sarah Esterson, Senior Policy Advisor with Oregon Department of Energy Siting Division. So we have three primary goals for this presentation, and it's quite a brief presentation, but lots of goals. So the first goal is to provide a snapshot of the council and the department's experience to date with implementation of the wildfire prevention and mitigation standards, which I'm just going to refer to as the wildfire standard. The second goal is to highlight a few other Oregon agencies and Western states that have similar wildfire requirements for the purpose of kind of evaluating whether we can apply anything that these other entities are doing through our process now or in the future. And then third is to continue to advocate for council to turn to the conditions and the mitigation plans in these reviews as soon as possible, as they are the conditions and the mitigation plans. The resources we have resources to protect, and they live. Very seriously. Just know the conditions are embedded in the big order, mitigation plans are in, it was typically a 200-page order. So things can just get overwhelming and lost in the mix. But again, I'm to push to really look at these conditions and mitigation plans, whether it's wildfire or habitat mitigation. Those are really key elements of resource protection. And I wanted to note, in preparation for this presentation, our legal counsel, Patrick Rowe, assisted, and he suggested that we utilize a law clerk from DOJ. Her name is Ava Mastriani, so she helped pull together the information that informed the staff report and the presentation. So just wanted to give them kudos and thank you always. Okay, so a little background on the standard. It is the council's newest standard. We really don't adopt new standards very often, so this is pretty special and significant. Adopted it in 2022. It requires two primary elements. The first is a data-based wildfire risk assessment of the site and an analysis area that's set at a half-mile from the site boundary unless it's extended by the analyst in the beginning of the process. And then the second element is a requirement to develop a construction and an operation wildfire mitigation plan. And the standard does specify that those plans should at least provide minimum equipment inspections, vegetation management, operational procedures to reduce risk, and then emergency response and communication protocols. So a little overview of our experience, and when I say our department and the council's experience to date. So not including the Wagon Trail Solar Project, which was just approved today. Since the standard was adopted in 2022, the standard has been applied to the review of one application, that was the West End Solar Project, solar in Umatilla County, and then 6 site certificate amendments, which covered 5 facilities. So that's 5 facilities total. 4 of those are projects that would be located in Eastern Oregon on exclusive farm use on land. So kind of quite similar in their risk and scope. And then the other is solar in South Central Oregon. And then from there, so since review and approval of those projects, there's been one that has proceeded into the phase of implementation, and that's the construction wildfire mitigation plan for the Wheat Ridge Renewable Energy Facility East. And they actually started construction right in fire season. It's an interesting experience. So for the projects that council has evaluated under the standard to date, the sites have been in areas with modeled moderate to high wildfire risk, where that data is being predominantly obtained from the Oregon Explorer wildfire risk maps that are developed by Oregon State University forestry scientists. And that data is available from Oregon State University and the Department of Forestry. And then sometimes the risk-based wildfire assessment includes information that is coming out of the county community wildfire protection plans. So again, the first element of the standard is to do this wildfire risk assessment of the site. It's based on available data. The data sources are Oregon Explorer wildfire risk maps and sometimes community. What we've seen is sometimes this data that's informed the wildfire risk of the site doesn't cover the entirety of the site. So that's gaps, but we just applied a conservative application. If there's no data, there's a risk. We don't just say there's no risk. And then for the mitigation plans themselves, the second element of the standard, because again, these facilities have been similar in nature, solar on exclusive farm use land in Eastern Oregon. What we're seeing so far is these construction and operational wildfire mitigation plans are fairly consistent in their scope. And it's typically prepared by the same underlying consultant, just so they kind of follow their own model. So those lessons learned out of the exercise. Next slide, please. So generally, what these construction wildfire mitigation plans have included are requirements for weather monitoring, specifically monitoring for red flag warnings during fire season to then inform whether they should have on the ground work restrictions, time restrictions, what type of equipment can be operated or not. Requirements for worker training, requirements for work vehicles and work sites to have specific and appropriate firefighting equipment, limitations on locations where equipment can be refueled, and then of course emergency communication procedures, and in some instances vegetation management. And so then moving to operational wildfire mitigation plans. So far, the plans that council has approved have included requirements for vegetation clearance buffers, and fire breaks, equipment inspection and specific protocols, fire weather monitoring activities specific to power driven equipment operation. That applies during O&M. And then emergency response procedures and processes for how and when to update. So in the 2 years that we've been implementing this standard, some initial observations are that there isn't what I call a clear bridge of how to evaluate risk assessment to specifically what goes into the mitigation plan. Meaning that if you had a site with lower risk or higher risk and there was intent for the plans to be scaled, we don't right now have a way to do that. So our thought would be establishing templates for mitigation plans would be really helpful. What are the minimum? And then if we can get to a place where we are recommending what should be done to scale it, that would be easier than on a project specific level. When we do it at a project specific level, things can be inconsistent. And it's also. So having a template would be helpful and a scaled template. Then a couple other things that would be helpful in a template would be implementation elements like clarification of monitoring or record keeping for how they're verifying that any of the components of the plan are being implemented, and potentially having metrics for evaluating when right now updates to wildlife mitigation plans are really based on updates and available data and research. What we're seeing in some of the other examples is that you can evaluate your on-site conditions, your outcomes of your inspections, or even fires as a metric to inform whether your plan should be updated. Okay, so those are again just our initial observations after 2 years of implementation. So we wanted to highlight for you some other wildfire mitigation requirements that are being implemented in Oregon. So the first agency of note is the Oregon Public Utilities Commission. I'm sure you're familiar, they've adopted wildfire mitigation requirements for public utilities. It's also relatively new, having just been implemented in 2020. So while their requirements apply to public utilities, which are predominantly transmission line entities, some of the differences in their requirements worth highlighting are that they require a public safety power shutoff plan and a process to notify consumers prior to de-energization of the line. We don't have that as a requirement in our wildfire mitigation plan. Their rules also give them authority to utilize a third party to review the adequacies of the wildfire mitigation plan. And those are required to be updated annually. So it's initial review and then Ava, our law clerk that helped look into this, did make contact with PUC where they've confirmed to date every wildlife monitoring mitigation plan has been reviewed by a consultant. They do have the discretion to determine when that review is needed, but to date they have used the consultant. So council could consider subject matter expertise needed in our process. You could consider whether public safety power shutoff plans should be a minimum requirement for facilities with high voltage lines, which most of them do have.
Let's see that your house. Sarah, and I'm sorry if I should know, but and with our plans, when you talk about the templates, so these developers, typical holders, however you want to look at it, they are building these facilities. They're likely to happen into something that already exists. Is there a requirement for them to be aligned with, say, the local utility? Because one of my, just off the top of my head, thoughts is the consistency even around monitoring. For example, I'm well aware that there's one construction company that they have to use the same weather monitoring service that the client uses, right? Like, say you're using the same data point. So my question is that when we look at it, are they paired up with whomever is surrounding them to make sure that everybody's operating off the same kind of?
And so we only have experience with Wheat Ridge East,
Mhm.
and I would have to double check to know what source I thought it was the National Weather Service that they were looking it up, and I don't know if that would be one of the local.
And I guess, I don't, it's not for me, you, and I don't need you to, I don't mean to
Yeah.
ask you, but I think if you're thinking about templates, I think it's important for the local electricity provider to be doing the same thing for everybody to be operating on the same place, because if you, I mean, anyway, that's just it's a thought.
We'll get to it in just a few slides, but kind of a parallel where the counties have adopted these community wildfire protection plans, and what's coming out of them are resources to be used to notify of an emergency. And so that it's kind of similar, like if they're saying, this is how you notify the community or emergency service providers. And similarly, this is where you're going to get your data about fire watch, fire, red line warnings, etc.
I might say one more thing, just hello, developers, applicants. One thing you could also do is they could help make sure the communities, because we talked a lot, and yesterday we were fortunate that the chief came in. You could also say like, hey, can y'all donate some water buffaloes? Can you, these communities are small anyway, and, you know, work that my company does, we're down in a very high fire area, and they have to track, like the guys have to take water buffaloes with them. We donated one to the city because theirs got burnt up in a fire. So just thinking about how we serve, how you serve, you could also help them by giving them resources anytime they're volunteering areas. It's something I spend a lot of time working on.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, I think that fits, or we've seen it fit under the public services standard, where if a fire district indicates they might not have resources to respond, given the risk of facilities and they ask for some type of funding or agreement that we have for the next.
Thank you.
From this point, or the one right above, actually, the public safety power shut-off plan for the facilities we offer. Wait, is that probably addressing the liability concern they have?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Do we have that same kind of concern?
I would say liability, but I think the primary generator is potential impact, or, you know, so like a line sparking a fire, because there's obviously been some recent examples in California and in Southern Oregon where lines have sparked fires. So, you know, certainly I think that's the main thing, but then also I'm sure liability concerns by the utility as well.
Oh, there's issues in the region of B2H. Can that come back?
And they have, so your standard incorporates the remediation plan requirements for PUC regulated facilities, because Idaho Power is a PUC regulated facility. They have to go through this process where they do water safety shut off plan.
That kind of takes care of it.
Well, at least for that facility. But for us, you know, we have you typically have a generation facility, you know, and then ramp up station or substation, and then there'll be a gen tie line to the main point of interconnect to the grid. That's usually, you know, whatever the distance that 230 kV line is. That's sort of the corollary, you know, for our generation facilities to a larger transmission line. It's not the same thing, but that's kind of the bigger transmission line. It's not the smaller collector lines on site. It's that, you know, the gen tie line to get to the point of interconnect. And some of them are really short, and some of them are almost on site, and some of them are several miles long. So it just depends on the particular facility.
2 to 20 miles. So just things to think about. Okay, the next Oregon agency is the Department of Forestry, and they implement many regulations. We're just highlighting one for you today, which is the industrial fire precaution level requirements. These are requirements that apply and restrict power-driven machinery operation on forest lands during fire seasons. It's kind of specific. The requirements are simple. If they establish time of day that you can operate the equipment, they require training, and they require firefighting equipment to be on site in vehicles, like fire watch, all day training activity, and then for 3 hours after the activity is completed. And their process for kind of regulating this, an entity that wants to do operation of power-driven machinery on forest lands during fire season has to notify the Department of Forestry and get a permit. Then that allows forestry to track it. And then it's kind of within the district of a fire warden, and they then have the ability during the time frame when that permit is open to go and do inspections. When they do inspections, they have a half sheet, and they just go out and the inspection is based on what they see at that time. There's no monitoring, record keeping, reporting. It's on space at that time. They are firefighters, fire wardens, evaluating the process. And then lastly, for Oregon highlights, as I mentioned a little bit, so I guess every county in Oregon has moved forward with adopting a community wildfire protection plan. And what's coming out of these plans is a risk mapping zoning output specific to the county. It identifies key resources in the county, key infrastructure, and even mitigation plans they need to implement to reduce risk, which is heavy on vegetation management and emergency response. So it's like we're not missing very much, but there's a lot been going on where we can really refine. And what I liked about the community wildfire protection plans again were these toolkits they've established for how to communicate appropriately for themselves, but the developers could learn from it too, how to communicate emergencies to all the entities getting on the right platform. Okay, and then just highlighting a couple of other Western states. First up is California. The California Natural Resource Agency also implements wildfire requirements for energy facilities. Under their regulatory framework, they have wildfire mitigation plans that are reviewed by staff and the Office of State Fire Marshal, and then those plans are presented to an advisory board for approval. They do have template and guidance for their plans, and so we have been looking at that to try to understand and learn what we could take from that. But it's pretty in depth. And then Washington Department of Natural Resources similarly has wildfire mitigation plan requirements for energy facilities. They're required to be reviewed by a third-party consultant for approval. They also have a template that we've downloaded and taken a look at. It's very helpful. One of the things that I like a lot about the Washington Department of Natural Resources template is that they make their mitigation plans include evaluation metrics. So it would say, how many red flag warning days are you having? How many high wind warning days are you having? How many transmission line or how many miles of transmission line inspection did you complete? How many findings did you have? And you tally that together and go, okay, what's the plan based on what you're seeing? And I like that. You know, we're still in the wildfire mitigation plan update space. We're kind of like, how frequently, I'm not sure. So what's it based on? So we've got some other agencies that are giving us some things we might be able to work with. Okay, so summing up what we briefly described to you today, some recommendations just for you to think about. If you wanted to give us some direction to kind of work internally, we're happy to get started. Recommendation is that the department develop a guidance document that supports staff and applicant certificate holders evaluation of the results of the wildfire risk assessment, and 2, the adequacy of the mitigation plan for both construction and operation. Also to provide any guidance direction that developers should be relying on community wildfire protection plan data and their development of the wildfire mitigation plan when that data. To develop guidance for the scope and scale of public notification and community engagement. That's still pretty nebulous. We don't quite know what we mean. And it's being deferred to the future. And that makes it difficult in the permitting process to kind of make sure everybody's getting treated the same. I think we need to establish the state and local governments that the staff should be coordinating with when we review these plans, because there isn't an obvious agency that is in our reviewing agency list and that has familiarity in reviewing these plans. Obviously, because we just adopted the standard 2 years ago. And then to evaluate the availability of a third-party consultant with subject matter expertise and either helping us with some of this guidance or a template or in reviewing the wildfire mitigation. We have. I did look up the consultant that the PUC uses. They're called Climate, Wildfire, and Energy Strategies, LLC. It says they're a consultant with who specializes in climate resiliency and utility wildfire mitigation, but it looks like it's a one-man shop. So just interesting, you know, who is out there that might be able to help here in Oregon that's not totally overwhelmed already.
So just one comment on that. A lot of people are doing these things now, so there likely will be a burgeoning industry to be responsive to that. But it is still really at the very beginning stages, so it's not likely that there's going to be a lot right now. But in the coming years, I bet there will be a lot more people doing this because there's a lot more interest, concern, obviously, you know, with changes in weather patterns, you know, and potentially there will be a lot more understanding and work and I think resources related to this. So, you know, we're kind of at the front end. You know, I think it was, you know, absolutely good the council, you know, created this standard, but we knew it was going to take a little while to kind of figure out. And, you know, again, we're a little bit at the forefront of, you know, doing this with these kinds of projects. So obviously we need to continue to look around on this, but, you know, even if we don't come up with somebody now, it doesn't mean that we won't next year or the year after.
Any comments, questions? The vice chair comment.
Thank you. I am just curious. One, I think it's still terrific that we have this standard, no matter how niche, and we'll learn a lot along the way. But I am just curious, given the wildfires this season, do you know if there were any of our facilities involved and what, you know, how they are responding? I realize they may not have a standard to meet for us, but how they're responding to wildfire.
Well, I can tell you what I know. So the Madras Solar Energy Facility, which hasn't been built, it's an approved solar in Jefferson County. That site burned in the wildfire season. So that's interesting. There was a facility that didn't do anything, but it obviously has wildfire. We learned that a new project that's just come in, the Yellow Rose Bush Energy Center, their hotspot mitigation management, biggest we would have ever had just burned. And then that's the only, I mean, we've had some little fires at facilities that were limited to our facility, our infrastructure, fairly limited to this. I don't know. I don't think, and they're required under our incident rule to report any fire at the site. So I don't think it's sometimes kind of close. Yeah.
And one more question. I am wondering if as we get new applications, the preliminary or further on in the process, applicants identifying, ignition source? Like, okay, battery ignition source, all of our wind, wind towers are they required to do that?
Not exactly. I would say it's like reversed in that they would be identifying the inspections that they would do to minimize the operability risk of creating a fire. But they don't evaluate, it's not like a hazardous risk assessment where they would say, if this thing was, how big how big of a clearance area do you need to make sure it can't go farther? We've been talking a little bit about whether the standard could go there, but right now we don't have that risk assessment.
I was just, wondering, for the county itself, if these counties are doing these plans, if there are ignition sources on the landscape, is that part of their planning or in their plans or our plans? Okay.
Thank you. Not at that specific level. Because I was at the Wasco County when we created the hazard mitigation plan, which included the county wildfire protection plan. So all counties were mandated to do this, but it's the general assessment of what's the risk, where sort of the wildland and urban interface, but it's not necessarily identifying particular ignition sources, like a wind turbine or a solar facility, or something else. There are aspects of, it's more general in nature, like, what are the risk areas, what's the level of risk based upon weather patterns, the ignition, the natural ignition sources. And then roads and safety, there's a lot to it, but yeah, it doesn't create sort of GPS points of where everything that could generate a fire exists in the county. That would be a pretty significant effort.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Okay, Ms. Asperson, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good presentation.
Will be updated. I mean, as you go through this.
Anything else? For the good of the order? Okay. The time is now 3 o'clock. And the September 19th, 20th, 2024 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.